everybody. Good morning, Tampa, St. Pete, Hernando, Platte City. Yeah. What about Weeki Watchie? Swimming it up in Weeki Watchie this morning. Catherine, what's going on? How are you? How was day one here?
Day one was fantastic. Thank you for everyone who joined us yesterday, and for those that are joining us for the first time today, thank you for tuning in to make a difference. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great.
Yeah, we had a lot of inspiring stories and just stories of hope and of kids getting back on the right track of this amazing facility. And unfortunately, we have to have this hospital, and it is quite the hospital for all kinds of illnesses that come through these doors. And your dollars not only make it happen, from the doctors to the nurses to all the support staff, the electricity, the bricks and mortar, the beds, the amazing rooms, and of course the research is so key here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Absolutely. And as we were talking about yesterday, research is hope. Research means hope for those patients and families who are fighting just unthinkable, unfathomable diseases. And we are relying on research to help us find those better treatments and cures so that no child has to ever see an inside of a hospital again.
There's amazing hope here. I just love that line right there. There is amazing hope here, and you could be a part of this this morning. Please donate, if you will, to start before you start your day, before you get out the door and all that good stuff. You know how it is. It's a crazy world out there. You hit the highway, you get the kids to school, whatever's going on in your life before you start your weekend, and before you do probably some holiday shopping, unless you're crazy and you got it done back in August. Who are you that does that? It's 1-800-270-8642. Want to say hi to the VPs and directors from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Hi, guys. We're going to come around and meet some of you guys here throughout the morning, have you on with us. Thank you so much for making it very early. We got to get some phones ringing, though. Call these guys right now. They are sitting, ready to go, looking good, waiting for a little breakfast here. We're not going to feed them until you call, all right? 1-800-270. We'll give them coffee maybe or hot chocolate. 1-800-270-8642. Hey, here's an incentive to get you going. How about the first 5 Miracle Makers? That's just $15 a month. I know you got it. You can blow that much at, your favorite coffee place in two visits, right? Let's do it. 1-800-270-8642. The first 5 Miracle Makers get 2 tickets to experience Lowry Park Zoo. They got a great holiday thing going on over there. Love those zoo animals. They came in and paid us a visit the other day, and I think Santa was there and all that good stuff. So why don't you jump on board and get those and use them yourself or a stocking stuffer for somebody at 800-270-8642, or if you want to donate online, but I don't want you to do that right now. I want you to call. I don't want you. I'm not even going to mention. I want you to call. Do it for me right now. It's Catfish. I want to say hi to you guys. Call, even jump on the phone and tell you a bad joke or two if you want. If you really ask for it, I will. 1-800-270-8642. Monthly Miracle Makers, the Lowry Park Zoo tickets for the first 5. Right now, give us a call live from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, St. Pete, US 1035. Hello, welcome back to our family. Hope you and your family are doing great this morning. It's already Friday, December the 2nd. It's pretty amazing where the year is going, right? And, of course, we do this only once a year. And, we appreciate you picking up the phone and calling right now and becoming a monthly miracle maker for this amazing facility. All the money stays right here, the research, for the doctors, for all the help that makes a difference in a child's life here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Hey, check out this goal. It's about 6:28 in the morning. We need 11 miracle makers. Think about this morning. Some families, 11 families are coming to this hospital this morning. We just found out that 11 kids will be coming down here for various reasons today. Just think about that. We want to wish them the best, and they will get the best down here. These 11 kids, can you imagine if you're putting one of your kids in the car this morning and bringing them down here? Like I said, we don't know what all these various reasons are, but they will get the best. And just thinking about them, all right, thinking about those 11 kids this morning, would you be one of the 11 miracle makers to make sure that we take care of these kids and the future kids by calling 1-800-270-8642? That's 1-800-270-8642. I think we still have a couple of Tampa Bay Lowry Park Zoo tickets available for two if you're one of the miracle makers, but we would love you to pick up the phone and call. We have our VPs and directors up early this morning here, a little after 5, checking in on the phones here. So give us a call at 800-270-8642. And speaking of having a kid in the hospital, let's check in. We checked in with Kimberly here a couple of weeks ago. Kimberly? Okay. I don't know. We're streaming the whole thing.
Yeah. On social
Well, I
media?
mean, on our website.
Yeah, it's on ours. It's on our website.
I just haven't been on there. All right, put your French toast stick down and give us a call. Whatever you have on this morning for breakfast, maybe you're about ready to run out the door here. Give us a call. Become a monthly miracle maker here at just $15 a month. It's just 50 cents a day. We were just talking a few minutes ago about 11 kids who will be coming in here today to get amazing help, and hopefully they're going to be all right in the near future. Hospital is quite a busy place, and that's just the way it works here in this world. You just never know. You know, Kristen, child life director, you know, it's amazing. You just kind of take your health for granted, don't you? You know, no matter what, and, you know, stuff happens.
It does. And, you know, I'm lucky enough to have 3 healthy children. And having worked here for many years, I really do understand how lucky I am that my children are healthy.
You just never know. I mean, you know, you meet a lot of families go, you know, I don't know. I didn't know that phrase or that wording or that illness existed. You can barely pronounce some of it, you know. Now, how long have you been with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Well, I kind of have a story that you'll hear a lot here. I worked here for 12 years, and then I left to stay home with my young children, and I worked at another facility. But then I came back where I knew it was best, and I've been back here 10 years. So.
Wow, that's amazing, and it's one of those places, like you said, where you've heard it many times that you know, it's the best. If you need them, they're here, and you guys try to make it somewhat as normal as possible. When we got families in here for various lengths, some of them for several weeks and months and everything. And of course, with the holidays, it makes it hard. But that's where you guys come in. Tell us a little bit more of the amazing things and the you know, that you guys do to make it.
Well, I kind of have a luxury in the role that I get to play here with my team. Is we really get to bring the childhood back to the experience for the kids that spend the time in the hospital here. And we help these families to be able to have memories and awesome experiences. They come here because their children are sick, and they're not necessarily expecting to have some really awesome things happen that are fun. So, for instance, next week, you know, we're having a visit from the North Pole, and he's going to come by and visit with the kids, and we're expecting some of Rudolph and his crew to come by also, and we get to be a part of that. And later in the week, we understand it's going to snow on our rooftop terrace, and we're going to have a big party and a live band and lots of activities for the kids outside, and we're going to dress in hats and mittens and scarves and pretend that it's 40 degrees outside.
Wow.
Maybe it will be next Thursday.
You just never know. But see,
never know.
that's easier said than done. That's a lot of effort and a lot of heart in there, and that's awesome for those families, and just take their minds off of what they're fighting or dealing with. Yeah.
And, you know, one of the big things that happens in December here is we know that many families celebrate the holidays during December, lots of different types of holidays that are celebrated. But here in December, trying to honor each family's tradition and what is meaningful to them. With the help of support from our community and donations from our community, we open up a free shopping experience for our families the week of December 21st.
Right.
And the families are given coupons per se. They don't spend any money. And because of the donations and the generosity of our community, these families come down and they can create their holiday experience for each child and their family, whatever way is meaningful to them. And it's a great 3-day experience that is a lot of work. It brings in over 150 volunteers to make it happen, and it requires our entire community to come together to make this happen for our kids here.
Wow. Well, you know, thank you so much. I mean, I speak for our whole family, US 135 family. You hear stuff like that, and I know it's easier said than done, and I know you do things throughout the year. It's just not the Christmas time.
Absolutely.
So because this place is rocking and rolling 365, I mean, people need to come in here. Like I said, we have 11 kids just found out they're coming in this morning. morning. So this is where your dollars go. I mean, from stuff like this to the research, to the doctors, just, the whole deal, the whole package. When you become a miracle maker, it's just, it's just $15 a day. We want them to pick up the phone. I knew you. Thank you for coming in early, and a lot of you guys came in here this morning to answer the phones. But give us a call at 800-270-8642 for you jump into your day there and donate. We're just asking $15 a month. If you want to give more, we'll take that. You know how it goes.
Yep, and thank you to everybody who helps us to take care of these kids here every day. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to keep doing what we're doing every day. And this is a great place for children and families, especially for families who aren't expecting to have to be here. And we all work together to help these kids get better and to help them have a childhood.
All right. Well, thank you very much for spending some time with us. And call us at 800-270-8642. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, downtown St. Pete, live on US 103.5. Almost. We have a couple left. She's loaded stuff. Yeah, I'll just mention it. Are we done with those? I can just say, hey, I got the next two people that call us. I've got a couple of Lowry if we've got them. Okay, I'll just say, hey, I got one left. They don't need to know. They're not keeping up. Oliver. So far, Oliver had the most time. Okay. All right, what's the game plan? What's the game plan? Going to have a great weekend. It's not going to snow. You're going to get some shopping done, but stop everything. Stop everything. We need you to call us and be a part of this amazing facility. You know, we only once a year we do this, and you know what? I know there's a lot of places to give, and we understand that. I respect that. You may have some other things you want to give to, but hopefully you can add this to your giving. Feels good to give. This is kind of like an insurance policy for all our kids in the area. Stays all right here. You never know when you're going to need Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And at just $15 a month, I think it's doable. Put your money where the miracles are. It's 50 cents a day, my friends. And the phones are wide open at 800-270-8642. We've had a lot of calls in our first hour. Hey, the next one that calls real quick, hey, I got an extra Lowry Park Zoo. Couple of tickets get out there for their holiday extravaganza going on at Lowry Park. If you want to grab those, be the first one to call. The last one available for this hour, 800-270-8642. The VPs and directors from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital hanging out. Hey, we haven't talked to Maggie yet. What's going on with Maggie?
Good morning, Catfish. Hey, everybody. Thank you for listening to 103.5 and for hopefully calling into Johns Hopkins All Children's to make a donation. You know, this is a time of year when we are so grateful for everything that we have. As director of physical therapy, I have some kids who, you know, the parents thought they were going to have a typical birth and the babies come early, and the hospital here, the doctors and nurses, just they take care of these babies. And in rehab and physical therapy and occupational therapy, we end up seeing those kids often for months and years to get them to try to get back to where they need to be. And so the donations that people make at this point, it's just incredible. So if we can take a minute and do that, take that you know, $15 that you were going to spend on a present or for your coffee this morning and become a monthly miracle maker, it can make a difference to so many kids. So thank you, Catfish, for being here. Awesome.
Well, thank you. Well said. And for everything that you do and all all our directors and VPs hanging out today to start it off early this morning here. We're going to be here till 7 o'clock tonight, but we invite you not to wait. I mean, don't wait and drag it out. I know I'm one of those guys, too. I always joke around. It's on that list of things to do. I have a little thing I call two-a-days where I just pick the two most important things and knock it out. Make this one of it today. Pick up the phone, then you can go about your business and have yourself a great weekend. 800-270-8642. If you just can't get on that phone, or you go, hey, look, I'm about ready to plug in my computer, whatever, you can also donate online at us1035.com. Hey, we're also streaming on the website. You can check us out live as well, but we'd really want you to become a miracle maker at just $15 a month. Boom, once it's done, it's done. It'll be really easy to do. Just take a couple of minutes out of your morning at 800-270-8642. And thank you. There we go. The phones are ringing. Thank you. Join us, 800-270-8642. Catfish and the amazing Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital waiting for your call here live from St. Pete, US 1035. All right. See if Susan will want it. She want to. Yeah, I'm thinking, listen. You want to talk? Come on.
I'm losing my voice.
Oh, you got to talk a little bit. CVICC, I'm mentioning that.
All right.
Come on over. Come on. You don't have to talk much. You just kind of pick it up and say whatever, you know. Look at you, smile.
All right. Oh, you'll be great.
Did you have bacon today?
No, my goodness.
No bacon for you?
Heart health.
I know, I'm not going to
It
mention
really
that.
has nothing to do with heart health.
I know, it really doesn't.
It's all about the
Yes, the sun is on its way. Well, I guess some of it's already in your face if you're crossing certain parts of the bay. You know what I'm talking about. But I'm looking out over here, Susan, and they're they're getting that construction. They're really building another wing. What exactly are they building over there?
They are building a beautiful research facility
Oh, that's right.
that will serve the kids and help us learn new and unique procedures and cures for disease.
That is amazing, and that's where a lot of this money goes that we raise and keep it right here in this area here today during our radiothon at 1-800-270-8642. Yeah, that is quite an impressive building. Of course, this whole facility is so impressive. I mean, you know, when we started this several years ago, we were across the street.
We were. We moved from a beautiful facility into a much nicer facility. Our new facility is state-of-the-art, all individual rooms. Allowed us to give better care to kids than we've ever been able to here in Tampa Bay. We're really excited about it.
Now, how long you been with All Children's, and what exactly do you do?
I've been with All Children's for 8 years, and I am the Senior Director of Institute Administration. And what that means is we take care, particularly for hearts, and maternal fetal neonatal medicine. So we take care of the smallest babies and those babies who have heart disease.
Wow. And some of them are obviously born with heart problems, and it's just to see a little baby like that. Like we have, whoa, what is that? Excuse me. We have 22. Somebody's alarm went off. See, it's time to get up and call. That's what that was. 800-270-8642. 22 in the CVICU. When you see that, what goes through your mind?
Those are 22 of the sickest children in the hospital. Those are children that have been born with a congenital heart defect, which it happens about 1 in every 110 births. And we will be able to help cure them and give them a wonderful life.
It's just amazing, and I've met some families over the years we've come out here with little ones in with the hearts, and it's mind-boggling to the simple-minded DJ that I am to go, you guys really can get this done, and of course it takes a whole family, it takes a whole village, so to speak, to raise money to keep it going, because we want to have less and less of this happening, obviously, and in some families, like I said, it just hits them upside the head, right? They had 2 perfect births, and then boom, the third one, we've got this going on.
That's right. Many of these parents were told during the pregnancy through their regular prenatal care that they have a child that's going to be born with congenital heart defect, and they come right here to All Children's, and we take care of them.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. And thanks for spending some time with us. And for the 22 sick babies up there at CVICU, would you pick up the phone and be one of the miracle makers right now at just 50 cents a day, $15 a month? That would really be cool if you could do that before you get into your weekend and into your Friday. Hey, by the way, as a little added incentive, because I know you'd love to go, you love it over there, one winner this hour, somebody's going to receive 4 one-day Florida resident Magic Your Way tickets to Walt Disney. So thanks to Walt Disney. Disney, our friends over there, we got 4 one-day Florida resident passes. Could be yours by the end of this hour. 1-800-270-8642. Come on, make those phones ring. We have some people calling us earlier. We still got our VPs and directors here up early at the crack of 5 a.m. going. We want to hear from you at 800-270-8642. I promise it's going to feel great when you do this, and it's only going to take a few minutes, okay? And then you can go on to fighting traffic and messing with your boss, okay? All right, 800-270-8642. Live, of course, from the amazing Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 103.5.
Dr. Mueller left? Because she would be good.
I think she did.
You know, Roy Adams has good stories.
I know. I need Roy to come on.
Let's get Roy. I'll talk.
Give me a story. Get him, Roy.
Hey, Roy. We're going to get you on air.
I need to get you on air. Come on, Roy. Stuff that goes on to help the kids feel more like kids type deal. Like we said, yeah, I got you. Cool.
Do you remember when Dan Aykroyd was
Here,
the little kid came in and was like, I'm your biggest fan.
Dan Aykroyd.
Rascal Flats was the last one we saw.
All right.
Chris, somebody picked it. Yeah, Rascal Flats, that was. I saw the video. We snuck them in. Back way.
Yes, at 1-800-270-8642. Thank you so much. A lot of miracle makers have called in this last half hour. And as an added incentive, if you haven't done so yet, we are going to put you in the running when you become a monthly miracle maker at just $15 a month. It'll take a few minutes out of your morning. We'll put you in for the 4 one-day Florida Resident Magic Your Way tickets, Walt Disney. The Florida Resident Passes got those for you. Somebody will get those at around 8 o'clock this morning. A lot of guests coming through throughout the day. Of course, Norm will be here a little later. Our buddy Ryan, of course, Travis will wrap it up later this afternoon. But we want you to call now. Pile on now. We don't want to wait till those guys get in here. You know, they do such a great job later in the day. People kind of wake up Roy a little more, and they don't call as much early in the morning. My buddy Roy's here from All Children's. Of course, Roy helps me go out and visit some of the patients throughout earlier in the year that we get to meet and have some of those that you hear on the radio recorded. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. We had a good time, didn't
We did. We really
Yeah.
did. I tell you what, oh, by the way, congratulations. I heard you're Employee of the Month,
Yeah,
all right?
how about that?
Nice job.
Yeah.
Do you get a parking spot?
Yeah, yeah.
You get a free egg and biscuit and gravy donut conglomerate. You know, that's amazing when you think about it real quick about joking about the food. This place has
I
some
know,
of the
the
most
food's excellent.
It's the most
Yeah.
amazing food down there. They do feed us and our volunteers. The families, I know, they have so much going on, and obviously, to get well. It's an incredible job down here at this place to make it feel as homey and as normal and comfortable as possible. And, you know, you've dealt a lot with people coming through, visitors, celebrities. Tell us some of the stories, some of the things you guys have experienced over the years through the halls visiting these sick kids.
Well, you've heard everybody talk about how we try to make this as normal as possible and the fact the kids are in the hospital.
Right.
So we're always looking for things going on in the community to make it, you know, so the kids don't miss out on anything. Like last year when the new Star Wars movie came out,
Right.
The kids were stuck here in the hospital. So there's the 501st Force that goes out and does some fantastic work with Star Wars. I mean, we're talking Darth Vader, we're talking Stormtroopers, R2-D2. So the weekend of the movie premiere, they came here.
Wow, see?
501st Legion is their name. And we went room to room, so the kids didn't really miss anything. When we have the Grand Prix going
Right,
on,
here in
Ryan
St.
Hunter
Pete.
Ray, he came over with a group called Racing for Kids. And the kids can actually see the Grand Prix track from the hospital because it's right over here at Albert Woodard Airport.
Another bonus. You sit in great seats.
And so we're very fortunate. The Rays are just down the street. Chris Archer and the Rays come through during the season. We see a lot of them. And at the holiday season coming up soon,
Right.
it's always been a tradition for the Bucks ever since the franchise started that the rookies come visit the patients. So in mid-December, we'll be welcoming the newest Bucks rookies coming through to see the kids, and then of course the Lightning and all the other sports teams.
Yeah, I know you guys get a lot of great people. Of course, our buddy Mike Allstott, who played
Yep.
all those years with the Bucks, he has been coming in, and of course he was here yesterday with a matching donation, thanks to him and his foundation. And well, it's just great to hear it. And all this goes towards, obviously, the money that we do stays here, and of course a lot of it research and doctors and the day-to-day stuff. But a lot of that trickles down and helps to make these families feel is normal and is wanted, and it is such an incredible feeling in these halls, of hope and of just, like I said, some of these kids are sick, but they almost, they get better and they almost don't want to leave. I mean,
Right. Well, that's true.
They just like, this is a cool place.
That's true. That video bingo that Child Life does, and we do the pet therapy. Where they bring the animals in,
Sure.
and so, and then with the individual rooms, it's like a hotel. So
it's
some of these
amazing.
kids really they don't want to leave because they don't want to miss something that's going to happen. But that's the whole essence. On the other side, you got the medical side, and then you got the let's make it fun part.
Yeah.
And so you
Well
try to
said.
put those two together.
All right, Roy. Good work, and thank you as a team. This whole place does things like that, and you can be a part of this big family. We've got one winner that's going to receive, if you become a monthly Miracle Maker right now, a Florida resident. We got 4 one-day Florida resident Magic Your Way tickets to our friends Walt Disney World Disney. It's a great prize, just as an added thank you at 1-800-270-8642. Call now. Any parting shots?
Well, next week, if you're bored, don't have anything to do, the world famous Wiki Watching Mermaids will be here.
All right.
To see the
I'm
kids.
in.
So how we get mermaids in a hospital is a whole nother story.
That is cool. See? What a place. Thanks, Roy. 800-270-8642. Yes, we are hanging out at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, US 1035. they put tater tots in there for you? 1-800-270-8642. Hello, volunteers. How we doing over here? How are these phones ringing? Hey, we've been doing pretty good. You know, we still got that incentive going on. Yes, we do. What's going on? How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Now, what do you? Well, you know, you've been smiling and answering the phone since. Well, you've been here since 6 or so, and you did 5:30. That's right. And you had some of the great food to give you some energy. Answer those phones. You stay away from the bacon. Be honest.
No,
All right. Everybody has to have a little bit of bacon in their life. So, who are you?
I'm Chris.
Chris, what do you do here?
I am the business administrator for the institutes.
Kind of a money guy and all that good stuff, huh? Yeah, you like to see the money come in here, obviously, at 1-800-270-8642.
I do. We appreciate all the donations that we get today.
You know, it does make a big difference. Everything that everybody that can give, we're talking as little as $15 a month. We appreciate all our big donors and guys like Mike Allstott and our friends at Bill Curry that have given us tens of thousands of dollars. But yeah, you guys, thanks for doing the phones. We're going to keep it going at 1-800-270-8642. And as an incentive, you got 5 minutes to get in on this. If you become a monthly miracle maker at $15 a month, 50 cents a day. Come on now. You will be in the running for 4 one-day Florida resident Magic Your Way tickets to Walt Disney, all right? Here's the deal. The Florida resident passes, 4 of them, but you got to call TikTok. Here it goes in the next couple of minutes. 1-800-270-8642. We are going to be here all afternoon into the evening, but we want you to call now, and you can hear some incredible stories. We've already heard about what this place does. It is just an incredible place that really is here, obviously, for the kids. Nothing but the kids, all the kids. Put your money where the miracles are. The kids. And we're going to meet one of these amazing kids here in about 10 minutes, 11-year-old Jack. He's got himself a new heart, and we're going to hear his story coming up right here as you call 1-800-270-8642, live from All Children's Hospital, Johns Hopkins, US 1035. Yeah, you can put those on. Those are on, right? Beautiful morning, Tampa, St. Pete, Hernando, Hillsboro, Weeki Wachee, Bradenton. How's everybody doing? Live from the one and only amazing Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It's my pleasure to be a part of this, and our whole family at US 103.5 look forward to this every year. The work that they do down here, just every second of every day of every year in and year out. This is our 9th annual. Thank you so much for really the listeners, you country fans. You come on board and you give your heart, you give a little bit of cash, $15 a month. Become a monthly miracle maker at 1-800-270-8642. Hey, speaking of country music fans, we'll just add a little extra incentive. We'd like to throw these in just because I know it's a crazy world. You got things to do. Maybe you've got your money selected out, budgeted for this or that. If you can find out, if you can just squeeze in $15 a month for us this hour, we will put you in for the Country 500. Have you heard about this? We got 2 3-day passes over at Daytona. And also the Blake Shelton signed guitar could be yours as well. All right, that's the incentive between now and 10:30. I wouldn't wait on this, okay? So let's go ahead and get this going here. We're talking about Miranda Lampert's going to be there, Blake Shelton, Brooks and Dunn, I guess, are back together again. Thomas Rhett, Hank Jr. is going to be a great time over in Daytona. You like racing at all, Jack?
Yeah.
Cars that go really fast. I like to drive fast, but I got to do it on the racetrack, not on I-4. I promise I'll be a good guy, all right? Hey, how was that donut you had?
Good.
Which one did you have?
I think,
Did they have any Boston cream left over there?
yes, I ate that one.
Oh, that was mine, but you could have it. Very good. Hey, Jack and Mary, hi, guys. I'm going to have you get on this one here. Good morning. Thanks for coming back. And, it was, Jack, do you remember about a year ago? Oh, bless you. About a year ago,
Simon sneezed.
It's okay. You caught that sneeze. That's okay. You can do anything you want on the radio. It's all yours, my friend. Mary, I met Jack and your husband last year. I don't know when it was. Did he have his heart?
Yeah, his transplant was June of last year, and he was in for complications from transplant a year ago. So he met with you, did an interview in his room.
Right. You were great. Remember?
Ah.
Mary, let's go back. If you would share with us. We were talking, our goal this hour, 22 in the CVICU. Heart stuff is obviously gets everybody's brain going and gets it gets the emotions flying. Tell us about a little bit with Jack when you first found out and how it hit you. And
Sure. Pregnant with Jack's our third, and we went in for what we thought was going to be a routine sonogram. Mm-hmm. So we even brought our oldest, a toddler, along, and then we knew something had gone wrong because the technician was taking a really long time, and then said, well, the doctor will have to talk to you, so would you just wait? And that's when they came back and gave us a diagnosis that to us felt more like a death sentence. And
how old was he?
I was still pregnant at the
that's
time.
Right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so we struggled, and this was 11 years ago, and it was still a very difficult time. So we found out, and we did not have much expectation for life.
What was the expectation?
I think it was that I was going to have a normal pregnancy, and then because Jack had really only about 2 working chambers of his heart, that we were going to get to enjoy him and hold him for a little while, a few days, and then we'd send him off to Jesus. So that's what we were preparing for anyway.
So one year led to another, and you were down here with All Children's, going through that that crazy road path to try to get him to be, hopeful. When did things start changing as far as, when you start thinking, all right, there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, well, it was this hospital, really. Right. We had been treated up in Virginia, and we came here, and his heart was failing after many, many surgeries. He had 5 or 6 open heart surgeries to try to, prolong life. And then the professionals here met with us, and we didn't even think he'd be a good candidate, but they said they thought they could do something. And then we were ready. We started the process last year. Do you remember what that was like, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
What was that like, buddy? How'd you, were you pretty excited about, I'm going to get a new heart. Remember that moment when your parents told you that?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell them about the coloring book we made?
They did little sketches of how they found out.
Yeah, we drew a little coloring book to tell Jack about his story, about when he was a baby, and really kind of tell him what his diagnosis was about and what his choices were. And do you remember at the end, we asked you what you wanted? We said, well, you can pick, buddy. You can, we can try this. You might end up being able to run, or it might not work. And what did you say?
I wanted to do it.
You said, I want to run. And so we said, okay, well, we knew he had to be on board with it. I mean, even though he was so young, it's a painful decision, but the child needs to know what they're up against and be willing to go through it. And he said that day, he said, okay, I'll do it. And that will to live, I think, carried him through a lot of it.
You're an amazing guy. And how you feeling now?
Good.
A lot better, huh?
What do you do? What do we do at home now, Jack? What do you like to do?
I play with my Legos from time to time, and I play a lot of computer games. I'm a big Minecraft fan.
Oh, that's cool.
And what do you do now that you couldn't do a couple years ago?
I couldn't really run. I could just run for like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Probably less.
right.
So you getting doing a little playing now, a little bit more.
Do you like being in the pool now?
Yeah, even though it's like the 2nd of December, it's freezing cold.
Freezing cold. Yeah, he couldn't swim before, really be in the water, and now he just floats around in the pool.
So yeah, but now you can do that, and then when it gets warmer in the summer, you probably won't be able to get you out of that pool, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the new heart is awesome. This place, you obviously spent a fair amount of time here, right?
You want to?
What do you think about this place? What do you think about? We try to raise money to help kids like you and other kids. There could be other kids that are being born real soon that could be exactly what you went through. What would you tell them?
I don't know.
Think of something. You have good things to say to your sister and your brothers when they have other procedures. What do you tell them?
Come
on.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
But
Say,
I feel like Dory right now.
You feel like Dory. Your relaxation breathing and...
We're just letting you have. We're just letting you just tell all our US 103.5 family out there, what your thoughts are and about this amazing place and how that you've become a stronger, healthier boy. And you look forward to the future. I mean, right? School. What do you want to do when you grow up? What do you know?
Go ahead, buddy. What do you want to do?
Astronaut. That might be too scary, huh? I'm going to be too far away from Mom. I know.
So he likes to draw a lot and do...
I haven't officially scanned that part.
Oh,
Okay.
you mean of your comics?
Yeah. And just one day at a time. One day at a time. Well, we want people. You know what? I know it's a little tough getting in front of the microphone here, but I'm just so glad that you and your family have found this place. And Mom, will you guys still be making some visits in the future? Obviously, yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Keeping tabs, and even though he's doing good, how long's it been now? What, a year and a half?
It's been about 18 months.
Yeah,
and
right.
And I would just say, if I can, just
Sure.
to everyone listening, thank you so much. And your dollars make a huge difference because we did not have much hope. And if you think, well, what I can give won't make a big difference, and it really does. It really, really does. It helps these kids, and it was absolutely a miracle. And because of that, our family is now able to be a part of this community. So you can change a life we get to hang out with our boy and play family football and do good things like that.
And when you say the word miracle, a lot of us can't wrap our heads around it. I'm sure you can. I mean, you always hear it, miracles happen, believe in miracles, believe in God and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it does happen. I mean, obviously when it happens to you, you really believe, but some of us on the periphery will go, well, okay, I guess. But when you say that word, I think that and the word hope at this place is amazing.
Yes. And hope is a powerful thing. It's a painful thing sometimes, but it's a powerful thing, and there wasn't any other way. There was not a path forward, so we absolutely give thanks to God and to everyone here. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you for doing this.
Well, Jack, it was awesome seeing you. You want to go get another donut for the road? Anything you want to say before we say goodbye and try to get some more people to help out? I bet you next year when I bring him back, he's going to take over my job.
Can you say thank you?
Thank you.
Tell everybody to call right now.
Go ahead. Call. Please call.
800-270-8642. Jack, just for you, they're going to call right now at 800-270-8642. And also, we'll throw in that incentive for that Country 500 2-3-day passes and the Blake Shelton guitar. Thank you so much. And you know what? Awesome heart, dude.
It is a good one.
It's a good one, and we love you, man, for dropping by. And everybody here that's behind this amazing hospital, be a part of it. 800-270-8642. We are live from St. Pete at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, US 1035. Thank you. You did great. Thank you for coming on.
Not much talking this morning. Yeah, it's Doggy. You want to tell him?
Right, I mentioned that.
Doggy's standing by. He's waiting for all the calls. Right, buddy?
Get him.
All right, Jack, come on.
All right.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much
Happy Daisy.
for hanging out and
Yeah,
talking.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we got another break, and then I'm going to go with...
Have you done the on-air mentions?
Oh, no, that's right. We got into that. This one.
There. So there's a few. Because then we can add those dollars.
Oh, that's right. We want to add some... All right, yeah. Can I do both at one time? Mm-hmm. I'm going to do both at one time before we go with these guys. Are these guys in a rush?
No, they can be here till 8:45 or 8:50 if need
Okay.
be.
I think on the next one I'll do... Yeah, and then we'll go with them.
Let me give you what I wrote up.
Yeah, give it to me, yeah.
It's just going to be Carly. She's going to come. She's a freshman in high school.
Oh, just not her mom?
Yeah.
Hey, Carl. That's good.
She's really articulate. She has cystic fibrosis, but she's been getting treatment with us for 6 years. But it doesn't slow her down. She enjoys the shows.
Nice.
And Mom just told me too that she's in JROTC, so the ROTC, the junior program, and she's just been promoted to sergeant. Freshman. So
JR,
JROTC.
ROTC.
Yeah.
Cool.
She's Sarge now.
Hey, Sarge.
Sergeant Carly.
Sergeant Carly. I love it.
But I was just talking to her a little bit, and I thought it might be good to just ask her on air, like, what exactly is cystic fibrosis? What's it like to live with cystic fibrosis? What does that mean on a daily basis? Because I don't think people really understand what that entails.
That's perfect. Thanks for that.
Yep.
So at least it'll be what? A little quieter after this for a little bit. Okay. No, I'm talking about promotions. Is there anything going on in January other than? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just talking about. That's a lot. When is it this year? End of January again? Twice? 2 times? With a gap in between? Because we don't have any concerts now, do we? Till when? Nothing at the bowl, really. Oh, you got you. And then you got, well, Bull's not a big deal. I'm not using, they're not really a player with us, but Bulls, I don't they have Aaron. So it's pretty much dry up until most of January. She goes, don't worry.
Well, yeah, because some of them haven't.
Carly's coming up after the next one. She's a freshman.
Have like, a box of them, so I think they just grab.
10.
It's just a blur.
Where does the time go? God, it's freshmen. Yeah, I'm 73.
I wasn't gonna lie.
No one was.
You were the only one.
God. I was always the youngest guy at the radio station up until about 15 years ago. Now I'm one of the oldest. Hell, I think I'm the oldest. Not that that matters. Minus the sports talk guys.
Yeah,
I'm the oldest. I'm the actual oldest music jock in the building. That's sad. Oh, it doesn't matter. Hey, no one's getting out alive.
How old? Big.
He's only mid-40s, isn't he? Nah, I'll brag about it. Doesn't matter to me. It's been a great career.
Hey, with age comes wisdom.
Nah, not
I would
beauty.
never say it's you.
With age comes calmness,
Okay, I agree with that.
wisdom, more cash in the bank. But then I'm gonna fall down, break my hip, and have arthritis, and I can't play golf. What up, Dad? Are you? Hey, no, don't you understand? No, that's what you don't do, because most of those, you find out, well, some, but a lot of these retired. Such a tight ass. They don't have the money. Well, I know. Well, I mean, either they don't, either they don't have the money, or it's, something, or they've got the money. It's so freaking tight. They think somehow they're getting out alive and they're keeping it. Like, I got news for you. You ain't bagging shit. And you might as well blow it. You know my thought is? Whether it's burial or cremation, I want that check to bounce the day that after I die. That's my goal. I want it all to be used up. That'd be the perfect answer. Oh, Dan, he didn't have enough money to pay for the casket. Shit, but I had a great life up to that point, spending it.
Well, we'll make his kids pay for it.
Because I ain't leaving it for anybody. Well, maybe Sherry. I got no kids.
You married?
I'm getting it done here. I like that. It's freaking. I mean, she deals with my ass. This is not a good one for the face. This is his friend. Look at mom over here. Oh, don't you dare put that on her face. People go, that's not user friendly for the.
It's totally.
Look at it. There's me broadcasting with it.
I like the head that's poking into my feet.
That stupid app. It's just called. What's it called? GIF. It's this thing right here. Look at this. I found it. You move it too. It helps when you move it too.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Where are we going? When are we going next? Oh, I'm going next. All right. Track it up. Get tracking. All right, guys, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 or 7 phones that aren't being used right now. They got to get used. We've got to wear these things out. We got to do it. Come on. Yeah, call. They're doing it. Now, we've got some on there right now, but we need you to be part of this incredible place. If you've been thinking about it, don't put it off anymore on that list of things to do. You know how that goes. Later in the day, you got 10 things to do, and you still didn't get anything done. Just pick 2 things to do. Make us one of the things today. At 50 cents a day, $15 a month, I know you got it. And here's the deal. We got a great incentive, the Country 500, up until about, for a little longer, okay? We're going to do this. Don't wait 2 3-day passes over in Daytona. That's coming up next Memorial Day weekend. We like to plan fun way out. That's cool, right? Next May, it's going to be awesome over there. Blake Shelton signed autographed guitar is going to be a part of this as well. So that's very cool. Of course, he is one of the artists over there, along with Miranda and Keith and Jake and Brooks and Dunn. And you can get in on this Country 500 2 3-day passes and the Blake Shelton guitar when you call some of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees. You guys, thanks for coming out and taking a little time off before we get you back to work, right? Absolutely. Right. We got to get those phones ringing at 800-270-8642. Hey, real quick, I want to say, I'll read a couple of things here. These people couldn't make it down for check presentations, but guess what? We'll take their money. Yes, we will. With a big old smile and a hug, the 28th annual Florida Bug Jam Volkswagen Show. I heard about this. Maybe I'll have to get a bug next year and get in on this. Held over at the Pasco County Fairgrounds a couple weeks back. Bug Jam is continuing their longtime support here with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's have a nice Bug Jam thank you. $4,215 for the kids. Thank you so much. Our friends since 2011 over at Moderate Brothers Furniture have supported Johns Hopkins, and here's the deal. This year's campaign, thanks to these guys, $4,700. Oh, yeah, let's keep piling up that money. Congratulations, another check presentation. And finally, America's Most Photogenic Baby Contest. Fundraising, of course, generates donations from a number of Children's Miracle Network hospitals around the country. Now, locally, this event raised donations right here since 2000. And this year's event, how about this? A nice check from these guys for the America's Most Photogenic Baby contest was $6,625. So how about that? A little over 4, almost 5, a little over 6. This is awesome. Of course, we always invite your organization, if you want to be a part of this in the future radiothons, or anytime you want to give back to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, you can, easy to do. Just simply pick up the phone and give them a call here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Like we want you to call right now at 1-800-270-8642. We're going to visit with some more people here in the near future and hear their story of hope and success here when they come to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Once again, 800-270-8642, live from downtown St. Pete, US 1035. All right, thanks. Oh, I got to make sure I mention that incentive. Like, I got too many notes. I'm not used to dealing with paper. Everything's on the screen. Here we go. Yes, it's Friday. Let's hear it for Friday, number one. You've all worked hard. You've all done what you need to do to have a little time off this weekend with the great weather here, and happy holidays from our family to yours. And, of course, take time out. Hopefully you can budget in. Hopefully you can take a few minutes and send us $15 a month at 1-800-270-8642, 800-270-8642. That is not much money. I mean, that's like 50 cents a day. You know, Carly, I could spend probably $15 a day almost on coffees, right?
Oh yeah, very true.
Easy to do. You ever do that?
No, I don't go anywhere really. Go from home to school. That's pretty much my career.
So let's say hi to Carly. Thank you for dropping by.
Hello.
You are a freshman where?
At Liquid Ranch High School.
And where's that?
That's down in Liquid Ranch.
Oh, you said Liquid Ranch. I thought you said something else there. Okay, gotcha. I know where that is. And Mom, hi Mom, Heather.
Hi, good morning.
Hi guys, thanks for coming on by. I understand you guys are big country music fans.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, while I'm doing that, let's before we talk to you a little bit more, Country 500. You know that's going to be a great time. You've heard about that?
That's awesome.
Yeah, Country 500. And just a little incentive and a thank you for those that become a monthly Miracle Maker right now at 800-270-8642. We got Blake Shelton, Kid Rock, Miranda, Keith Urban, all that. Even Brooks and Dunn. You like some of the older stuff too, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite.
Really?
Yep.
What are some of your favorites?
George Strait, Garth Brooks and Dunn.
I've heard of Garth Brooks. He's pretty good, right?
Oh yeah.
He just won the Entertainer of the Year, didn't he, at the CMAs?
Yes, he did.
It's good to have him back.
It is.
Well, Carla, what's going on here? You have been coming down and at All Children's?
I've been coming here for 6 years.
Wow. Cystic fibrosis?
Yes. And it has been wonderful because
Now, when you say that, people might go, all right, it's been wonderful. I've been sick.
Well, it's wonderful knowing that when I come here, there's a bunch of people who are supporting me and genuinely care about getting me healthy and keeping me healthy. So,
what's it like living with cystic fibrosis? I mean, what?
Well, I don't have an extremely harsh case. So there's many kids who have it a lot worse than me who are here, you know, on a monthly, weekly basis, and I'm just so glad that All Children's has such a great program for what I have, you know, and that they care so much about it.
How did you guys, Mom, hear about with your daughter when you first found out that she had this, and then what do we do next? Take us through that.
Yeah, well, you know, you just adjust and you deal with the cards that you're dealt in life. And Carly was actually diagnosed in utero, so we knew prior to her even being born that we were going to have this challenge ahead of us. We used to live up in St. Louis, and we were at St. Louis Children's Hospital and got great care there. And when we moved here 6 years ago, we were really, you know, one of the biggest things on both my husband and my radar was, are we going to find great quality care here in Florida? And to be just a hop, skip, and a jump and a bridge away from a world-class facility like Johns Hopkins All Children's, it's been a true blessing.
Did you hear about this place before you left St. Louis?
We did. We did. Even the docs up in St. Louis were like, hey, you are in good hands. You're heading to All Children's, and they know what they're doing. They're rock stars. You're going to be in great hands. So that really put both my husband and I, our minds at ease.
So what is your, you know, where are we going? How old are you now?
I'm 14.
Okay, 14. And you, like I said, you're living, you mentioned your case isn't as harsh. What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, you still have some issues to deal with, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Normally, kids spend almost their whole lives in a hospital, in and out, or living there. Treatments every day, constantly. I've been blessed enough to be healthy where I don't have to do as many treatments or medications or
Which obviously is less scary. It's just like, oh gosh,
Yeah.
just pile it on. And but if you the prognosis is good, things are good. Obviously, are moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
definitely.
We just take it a day at a time
Right.
and are grateful for every day that we have. And, Carly downplays it a lot, but she really does have, she does a lot of things on a daily basis that, an average Joe really doesn't have to do. Takes a lot of meds on a daily basis and does percussion therapy to keep her lungs clear. But she has such a great spirit about it. And for what you and I, something like brushing our teeth that we take for granted.
Exactly.
She goes through her routine every day as if it was, just like brushing her teeth.
Wow. I mean, it is, and it really is inspiring, and it's amazing the willpower and just the tenacity of these kids, isn't it?
It
I
really
mean, I mean,
is.
from all the ones that are here, we hear that all the time, and of course, this place breeds that kind of let's have hope. I love the word hope here. A lot of hope here, a lot of love. 1-800-270-8642 for Carly, in honor of Carly just stopping by today. Won't you become a monthly miracle maker? You are. I see you are pretty busy. You enjoy it. I love this. She loves fishing, skeet shooting, just like to be active. I mean, down the line, I tell you, you're gonna get a guy that goes, "Hey, hunting, fishing, and I'm in. I can't get my wife to put the worm on the hook. I mean, come on." So you like to fish, huh?
yeah, it's pretty fun. I like freshwater and saltwater, so
Cool, that's awesome. And the skeet shooting, I mean, I kind of know what that. What is that exactly?
well, you use a shotgun.
Is that the clay, the pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kinda.
That's
You.
nice.
That's how many of those can you hit? I mean, you hit most of them pretty much. You're a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I hit like 60, 70% of them usually.
Wow. Because I have seen that from afar, and things are moving.
Yeah, it's fun though.
That's a pretty cool sport there. Now, what's this? Was it junior ROTC?
Yeah, that's fun. I enjoy that a lot.
Now,
Well, and you just got a little promotion.
Oh,
You wanna
hey,
talk
that's-
about that?
yeah, tell us what that. Can I, Sarge?
Yes. Apparently, yeah.
Well, for those that aren't familiar with that, Carly, what exactly is the ROTC? What do you do?
It is just a junior military program, so they just teach you leadership, and you work out and you learn drill, and
I tell you, this hasn't kept you down at all. You've,
No.
like I said, I'm sure there's been some tough dips and dives in this thing, but you've just been really, really going for it, and that's awesome. And I'm glad that you guys moved down here. Plus, it's a little warmer here than
Yes.
St. Louis.
Oh,
You gotta love that too.
absolutely.
yeah.
Go ahead. Anything else you want to know?
Well, I don't know. The military is what I wanted to do, but
Right.
I found out that I can't because I have CF, but I know that because the great people here and other research firms are working so hard to give me and other kids a chance to do absolutely whatever they wanted, and that is so great.
Well said. That's awesome. Well, you're an inspiration, and I'm glad that you took some time to come on by here and say hi. And I just want people to pick up that phone and donate and help out in honor of talking to you, especially, and all the kids that are here. You know, our goal this hour, we had 22 in the CVICU, heart kids. I mean, they're all tough, but that's a real tough one there. And we had 11 families come in this morning for various reasons, just being admitted today. So you know what? We take our health for granted, like you said. We just do things that we think that, you just never know. And I like to call it a little insurance policy. And it feels good to give, especially this time of year at 1-800-270-8642, 800-270-8642. And we'll also put you in the running to go over and see some of Carly's favorite artists over there at the Country 500. She's probably going to want to get her some tickets. So you never know. We'll work on it for you. 800-270-8642 from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, live from St. Pete, US 1035. Day number 2, guys, on a beautiful Friday. Here we go. Before we start into the weekend, before we do a little Christmas shopping. I'm not done. Anybody done? Nah, you're not done yet. Hey, a little extra money here to give back to the hospital before you start, all right? Would you do that? $15 a month. Become a miracle maker, a monthly miracle maker, only 50 cents a day. Put your money where the miracles are. And as an incentive right now, for a little while longer, the Country 500 tickets. We've got a pair of those. We're going to send you over to Daytona. For the 3-day party and night party. It's Blake Shelton, Kid Rock, Miranda Lambert, maybe those two, Blake and Miranda, maybe they'll get remarried back on stage. I don't know. Keith Urban, Jake Owen, Brooks and Dunn are married again. They're back together again. You like Thomas Rhett? Yeah, I say yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. The T-shirt song? I love, Hank Williams Jr.?
Yeah.
That guy? Yeah, he can still rock it. All right, 1-800-270-8642. Can you tell the coffee's kicked in here on the Catfish Show?
Catfish.
I got to get Norman here because I'm just having too much fun. We've been raising some money, and we have been serious a little bit, too, like we're going to be right now just for a couple of minutes, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I want to welcome. Hi, Emma.
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
15.
Nice. So how's it going at 15?
Good.
Good so far?
Yeah.
All right. Mom, how you doing, Dory?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Is this your first time coming down onto the Radiothon?
Yes, it is.
What'd you think about it when they said you want to be on the radio? What'd you think? Emma?
A little bit excited.
Yeah. Did you hear that Catfish was going to be here? Did that disturb you at all?
No.
No. They also call me Fish Boy. You know that.
Fish Boy.
Or the Cat Man.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of silly. I wish I had a normal name, but I got stuck with this one.
Yeah.
I know. Mom, what's going on? Williams syndrome.
Yes.
Heard about it. Don't really know a whole lot. What's going on? Tell us about young Emma here when things first started. You noticed things weren't completely normal. Let's just call it what it is, right?
Sure. Williams syndrome is a rare genetic disorder, and it affects a lot of the different parts of her body, and cognitively affects her. When she was born, she just had all these really odd things, hip clicks, and her pupils were 2 different sizes, and she had several heart issues. And so we figured, somehow all of this has to be connected. And one of the doctors here suggested she might have Williams syndrome. And so we had a test done, and sure enough, she does have it.
And you guys never heard of it before? Or
No, it's like 1 in 10,000. Wow. So we had never heard of it before. Right. We were put in touch with Debbie Johnson at the Williams Syndrome Association,
right.
And that made a big difference for us meeting somebody else who had Williams.
I see. Now, you guys have been living in this area for a while?
Yes, we're from Tampa.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice place to be, huh?
Yeah.
Gotta love that. Now, when did you first get hooked up with coming down to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Well, she was diagnosed in 2002. She had just turned 1, so it's been a long time.
Wow. So some of the talk to our listeners to this place is for things that it does on a case like her. I mean, she looks she seems very happy and but you got a lot going on, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as a parent, you're probably, freaking out, quite frankly, and you want the best and see what the future likes. You want all these things answered like last hour, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. It's really intimidating when you first get diagnosed. There's like you're inundated with information, and it's hard to kind of discern what you should do. And fortunately for us, we can come here, and the doctors are able to guide us and give us the information we need at the time. She sees doctors in about 13, 14 different departments here.
Yeah.
On a pretty regular basis.
Talk about that, Emma, about your visits down here and dealing with the doctors and nurses here.
It's really great dealing with them, having fun. Yeah.
What kind of things are they doing for you? And
they're helping me in case I'm sick or something like that.
Anything specific, or any story or instance here that really strikes you? Go, that was really special. That was something I needed. That I love that person.
I really don't know.
Okay. But that you've been coming here a lot, and you just know that good things turn out from that.
Yes.
Mom, what is her day like? I mean, what kind of issues would come up if you weren't getting the help here?
if we weren't getting the help here.
Yeah, I mean, let's ask it that way.
I cannot even fathom what it would be like or if we'd be here.
Yeah.
Be here mean
Yeah,
be alive.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Williams syndrome affects so many different parts, but primarily the heart. And with Emma, kidneys. So she has stenosis, which is a narrowing between the kidneys in the middle of your body. So it drives her blood pressure very high. So we end up in the hospital a lot because of high blood pressure. And so she's monitored by a lot of different doctors.
I mean, this is a full-time job, obviously, for you two. You're dedicated to your daughter and this Williams, and just to make it the best as possible. And I have a feeling you're probably reaching out to some other people too to help them.
Absolutely.
This is just something that you're going to deal it head on, and just we're going to make the best of it.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You have
I mean,
to.
really, when you think it sounds silly, it's like, no, I'm not going to. You have to. And you know what? And we think, obviously, we talked about this a lot, health for granted that we take. And then we complain that we got a sore back or a paper cut or I don't want to do this. And this young lady's dealing with so much.
She is.
I mean, come on, people. I mean, really? It's amazing. I mean, come on. Can you, just in honor of this fighter, 800-270-8642. Really? Come on.
Emma has she has had to have a procedure done here, and it requires every day for us to do some medical things. And so that takes about an hour of Emma's time every day just focused on that. And that's been pretty challenging.
Yeah.
That's been pretty challenging for her. But she has an amazing outlook and is just, the world is her friend.
Wow. A lot more than a lot of us adults. I wish we had more of that attitude, don't you?
That
I
would
mean,
be
really.
nice.
I mean, it'd be a better place if we all would be more like Emma. What now?
Very true.
We've been talking about all, you're hearing about all your stuff going on, but talk about some of the things you like to do, or what makes you happy, or some hobbies, or some other things. What do you like to eat? What do you like to do?
I like to play outside.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's fun.
Anything specific? I had a young lady here earlier. She liked to fish and shoot skeet. That's kind of crazy, huh?
Yeah.
No fishing for you?
No.
Not yet, huh?
No.
Yeah. Anything else? Computers, go to movies,
Computer.
things like that on the phone, text, Snapchat. I'm doing all that all the time.
I
you know
like
me.
Snapchat. It's
Yeah.
fun.
There you go.
Emma has a lot of stuffed animals that she really likes to spend time with.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's her favorite thing.
Who do you got here?
His name is Chucky. He's a kitty cat.
Nice. Chucky?
Yes, his name is Chucky.
Hello, Chucky. You're all over the. Hey, there you go. We got him on the stream live too. But there you are, Chucky. Everybody heard about Chucky across the Bay Area. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. It was really, the best to you and your family.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And spending time and talking about this and inspiring people to phone and call us at 1-800-270-8642. We want to put the money where the miracles are. You're one of those miracles in motion, okay, girl?
Yeah.
All right. Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for coming out. You guys, we love you. 1-800-270-8642. The Country 500 3-day passes also are in when you become a miracle maker at $15 a month. 800-270-8642 at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 103.5. Yeah.
Yay. I got a little question. Catfish.
I know you should. I didn't get that in. You said, "Why is your name Cat?" Because Norm wanted a fish name. This is Norm.
Oh.
He stole it from me.
He wanted it first.
So I ended up with largemouth bass.
Oh yeah,
That's a good one.
Thanks for coming on.
Sure.
It was
I
great.
had a lot of fun.
Thank you for your sweetheart. Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll
Check. Now there we go. All right, and we're back. I had to turn the microphone on. It's a difficult operation, the whole on-off switch. It's Norm. We're back live. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. If you can't make it to the phone or you're at work and you're stuck on your computer, us1035.com. That's a great way to get on and make your donations and become one of our monthly Miracle Makers. And up until 10:30 or so, giving you a little bit of an incentive to call up that number and donate that $15 a month, about 50 cents a day. One person is going to receive 2 3-day passes to the Country 500 at Daytona, plus an autographed Blake Shelton guitar, who's going to be the headliner, one of the headliners there. Kid Rock, Miranda Lambert, Keith Urban, Jake Owen, Brooks and Dunn, Thomas Rhett, Hank Jr. The list goes on and on of the folks that are going to be at the Country 500 this coming Memorial Day weekend. So there's your incentive to call up that number and become our next monthly Miracle Maker. And while we're doing that, we're going to talk to a lovely young lady and her family, Aaliyah Soto, and her dad, Dino, and Mom Carly are here. Now, I hear that Mom Carly is probably not going to talk a whole lot, so Dad Dino is going to take the helm and jump right up here and talk about a very interesting year that you two have had with your little girl here. It's been she was in the NICU for how long, Dino? In 7 days. Now, give me kind of I read over the bio a little bit, and I read that Aaliyah had a twin.
Correct.
And the twin had passed away how long after birth?
It was
a couple hours. But Aaliyah was able to hold on and fight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. First of all, I just have to say thank you very much to the Johns Hopkins Hospital because every day we're able to wake up and enjoy a lifetime journey.
Yeah.
And so for that, we're extremely appreciative and very thankful. And this place in our hearts is truly a miracle.
Yes, we've heard that quite a bit. And I was reading through some of the things that Aaliyah has gone through, and every day it said. First of all, before we go into this, what I was getting ready to talk about, describe what kangaroo care is and how it helped you bond with Aaliyah while she was been in the hospital. Because I don't think that I've ever heard of kangaroo care as long as we've been doing this.
Basically just skin-to-skin contact.
Oh,
She
okay.
would lay on my chest and, get the heat from my body to keep her warm, and we did that every day.
Every day.
For, 2-3 hours.
I don't think that I've ever heard of that, but that's something that's really, really important.
Yeah, I mean, she was in the incubator for how many days before that was actually able to take place?
I think it was like 25 or 26 days before I actually got to hold her.
Well, here, let me go through what is in front of me, and you can tell me how correct this is, Dino. Every day, kangaroo care was the most important bonding experience between Carly and Aaliyah, as well as between Aaliyah and Dad, Dino. Throughout her stay, Aaliyah endured, get this, everybody, 5 blood transfusions, heart surgery at 22 days old, stage 2 retinopathy of prematurity, potentially blinding eye disorder that primarily affects premature infants, high blood pressure, and infection, I don't even know what this is, bilirubin, EKGs, echocardiograms, numerous IVs, PICC lines, leads, meds, and beeping monitors, as well as other complications, also countless desaturation of her oxygen level, causing her to stop breathing daily and occasionally turning her skin blue. How about that for the first year of life? And she's sitting right here eating a cookie. Yeah, you got to hand it to these people.
Yeah.
How is she? Seems to be bright-eyed, ready to go. Does she have any follow-ups that she's going through right now? Or?
She's checked. Everything's perfect. She's right on track.
Right on track.
Yep,
And
she's walking.
And communicates well. I mean, I guess in our eyes, it's just, she's just a normal, healthy baby.
when you walked in here, and I didn't have any of this in front of me, I would never know that there was or is any. Is there anything? Is she going through anything now? She's just totally, 100% 1-year-old little girl.
Just a little tiny. That's all.
Tiny, cute as a button. Let's go with that. Guys, thank you. Is there anything else? Did any doctors, any nurses that you specifically want to talk about? You want to mention the things that that they did?
God, I mean, there was
The
just
list?
there's just so many people that were actively involved and just making sure that she was going to make it, for us. So, just thank you to all of them, and thank you to John Hopkins as well.
Awesome. You guys, thank you so much for bringing her by and sharing your story with us. It's it's a really amazing journey that you guys have been on, without a doubt. Dino, Carly, thank you. Aaliyah,
Thank you very much.
Go get another cookie. You can take 3 or 4 with you if you want to. We're the phone number is 1-800-270-8642. Become that monthly miracle maker. The passes are still up for grabs for one of those monthly miracle makers up until 10:30. 3-day passes to the Country 500 over at Daytona, and it's going to be a great day. The phone lines are ready. 800-270-8642. The Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees and the ACH Guild are here ready to take your phone call. So make the phone ring and do it for Aaliyah, because she's been through one heck of a year, as have her parents. So we'll be back in just a little bit here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for US 103.5's Cares for Kids Radiothon. Yes, it is. And 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number. 1-800-270-8642. You dial up that number, you become one of our monthly Miracle Makers at a very mere $15 a month. It winds out to about 50 cents a day. And you can become one of the people that helps everything in this building, from, the equipment to things that make the kids stay a little bit better, and keeping the lights on, and research and education and all this stuff that needs to go into a facility of this level, and especially taking care of kids, to keep the research and the education going, and everything else that they need. And literally, when I say all the way down to keeping the lights on, that's what we are here to do for these 2 days in December that we do every year. And I'm joined now. Oh, dial up that number, 800-270-8642, and up until 10:30, your incentive to become one of our monthly Miracle Makers, one of those people is going to receive 2 3-day passes to the Country 500 at Daytona. Plus, we're going to throw in an autographed Blake Shelton guitar. So, and if you haven't heard who's going to be there, it's Blake, Kid Rock, Miranda Lambert, Keith Urban, Jake Owen, Brooks and Dunn back together again, Thomas Rhett, Hank Jr., and the list goes on and on. It's going to be an unbelievable 3 days of music over there at the Daytona International Speedway. Now, joining me is Dr. Peter Shaw. And Dr. Shaw is a Deputy Director of Cancer and Blood Disorders, Blood Disorder Institute. And you have an interesting story behind why you decided to become a doctor, and particularly a pediatric cancer doctor. Can you kind of go into what drew you to that, and how you've become the new sheriff in town here?
Sure. Well, during my medical training, I knew I always wanted to do something with children. I was a camp counselor, and I volunteered at a pediatric rehab hospital during summers during college, and then just really liked the hematology side of things, looking at blood under the microscope, the geekier side of me.
Right.
And then once I started to take care of patients hands-on, the patients that I was drawn to in the pediatric world were always those with cancer or those with blood disorders. Those are the families and the kids I bonded with, the diseases I found the most interesting.
Okay.
So I just kind of found my path, and then did my residency for 3 years in New York, moved on to fellowship training in Chicago. And then after 16 years of being in Children's Hospital Pittsburgh, I was very happy to have an opportunity to come here and lead the institute here, and continue to improve care for all the patients seen in the hospital.
So having been in the children's healthcare field as long as you have, how would you, I don't want to use the word rate, I don't want to use something like that, but how do you scale All Children's Hospital here, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital here, to maybe some of the other places that you've worked at?
I mean, the facility is 5 years old. It's absolutely beautiful. The physicians, the nurses, the other staff are all top-notch. What really drew me here, I came from a great hospital. What drew me here is this is a hospital that's great, but is going to get better. This is a hospital on a huge upswing. With the partnership with Johns Hopkins Medical School becoming one entity over the last 5 years, it's really infused the whole hospital with a new enthusiasm and real academic mission to raise the bar when it comes to research and patient care, and new experimental initiatives to just improve the care to the kids in the region. Because it was always a great hospital for patient care, but now it's going to another level. So I wanted to be on board and help the hospital get to the next level, to really be a top-tier children's hospital nationally and even have an international reputation. And I think we're definitely well poised to do that in the region and even on the national and international scene. So it's an exciting time to be here.
It's one of the things I mentioned, the money that we raise over the course of these 2 days, a lot, it goes to a lot of different things, but research and education are two of, I would say, in my opinion, the most important things that we need to continue to do. Mm-hmm. Like yesterday, I talked to a couple, and I'd have to go back and look at the notes, and I can't remember exactly what it was called. But Dr. Kays was here, and he specializes in when a child's diaphragm doesn't develop, and basically all their internal organs go into their chest.
Right.
And there's a very small survival rate with that before Dr. Kays started doing some research and education and everything else, and now he's got, at All Children's Hospital, he has a 100% survival rate, where before it was like 45. So the things like that, the research and education that you were talking about, showing doctors how to do, these new things is going to make, kids, their survival rate even better.
I agree. I mean, he's a great pioneer in that field, and pediatric cancer research specifically has really moved the needle and raised pediatric cancer cure rates overall from what had been 10 to 20% in the early 70s to close to 90% across the board.
It's really impressive.
So,
do you have any of your patients here at All Children's who have had or have, and I may mess it up, osteosarcoma?
Yes, we take care of. That's the most common bone tumor we see in kids and young adults. So,
so do you know Austin Dodd and Marina Petty?
I think I've met them. I've met a bunch.
They were here yesterday.
I've only been here a few months.
Yeah.
I've met them. I've definitely heard about them, but I've met a handful of our patients, take care of them as I've started to get more involved in patient care.
Two really neat kids. They're older. They're both 17, and they're up there and they're bored, and and they know that the little kids that are up there, are just kind of restless and scared. So they would go around to other kids' rooms and talk to them, and do arts and crafts with them, and they ended up having throwing pizza parties and stuff like that. So I thought that those kids were really neat. And another kid that I'm going to talk to here in a little bit has it also, Jackson Carter, who's 11. Something that I think a lot of people don't realize is we talk a lot about the younger kids, the babies, and the 4 and 5 year olds, the leukemia patients and everything else. But sometimes the 16, 17, 18 year olds kind of get lost in the shuffle by the little kids. And I've heard, and I was reading that you kind of like going towards where those kids are and helping them out, not anymore, but just showing them a little bit of extra something.
Right. Where I started an adolescent young adult oncology program to focus on both the clinical care that those 15 to 22-year-olds get, but also the psychosocial support they get.
Yes.
So, and that's something I want to carry over here. It's something that some of my colleagues are already doing here, but I want to help expand that really to have maybe some teen and young adult trips. We used to do ski trips, which is a little harder to coordinate when you're down in Tampa, St. Pete. Unless you'd we do water skiing trips. But I mean, something like that, outings so that we create long-lasting bonds between the young adult patients, so they have a sense of connection with peers that are going through what they're going through.
Fishing trips would be really cool.
Exactly, yeah. That's something I've got to get acclimated to.
And you can do flats fishing. You can go out a couple of miles.
Sign me up. I'm ready to catch.
It's fun.
I'll catch some snook.
It's fun. Flats fishing is probably one of the best kind of fishing I've ever done. Until I went out with a guide and he said, well, "What do you want to catch?" And I'm like, "I've heard tarpon are fun." He goes, "Oh, okay. Once you catch a tarpon, you don't ever want to fish for anything else. It's like catching a 7-foot-long largemouth bass. It's the most fun thing." Okay, we're getting completely off subject, but anyway,
I'm getting excited. I'm gonna go fishing this weekend.
There are plenty of them right out your window. So, how does working at All Children's help impact your relationship with your own kids?
Well, I've always, it definitely does change your approach as a pediatrician, having your own children. And I have 3 amazing kids that are 17, 14, and 10 that are getting acclimated to, they're liking the move a lot more now that the weather's good, and they're friends in Pittsburgh, 4 months now.
You got to give everything a year.
They're liking the climate, definitely, and they're making new friends, so they're great. But it does give me, back to like the medical side, having your own children definitely gives you, I think, a unique perspective. It puts everything in perspective in that I don't get too flustered about day-to-day ups and downs, just because of knowing what my patients and their families are dealing with on a minute-to-minute basis. So if I get a flat tire, that is
not a big deal.
That is a speck of sand compared to what families are going through on a day-to-day basis in the clinic or at home that we don't even, when we're not even seeing them, or in the hospital. So I think I'm blessed with that unique perspective, because I've taken care of some very, very ill children, very special children with very, amazing families who've had to deal with problems. And just, so that gives me the perspective. And also, I think I take flack from my wife for sometimes poo-pooing some of my own kids' illnesses. If one of my kids is sick, she's like, I know they don't have leukemia, but he doesn't feel good. He's
fine.
And I have to be, so I've been guilty of poo-pooing some of my own child's illnesses. Thankfully, overall, not
that's terrible and hilarious at the same time.
They're quite healthy. Thankfully, they're quite healthy. But But I'm able to go home and have these healthy kids. So I don't mind them giving me a hard time, making them feel like I don't know anything when I get home. It really keeps me balanced, having a very supportive family, an amazing wife. That
is good.
And 3 kids, and the dog is always happy to see me too.
Oh, yes, it's a great thing about the dog.
That's something that I can always rely on after a long day. The dog will be happy to see me.
The consistency of the dog is always fantastic. You say that, and my wife and I have done the same thing. We'll get so bent out of shape about something so little, and either one of us will look at the other one and go, everybody's healthy.
Exactly. It does.
And it just brings it right back to center. You're right. Everybody's healthy. That on the floor really isn't that big of a deal.
Right. Yeah. When we got a new house and a lot of things have gone wrong, I fell through the ceiling and all those things, and everything's in perspective. I survived.
Yeah. I put my foot through the ceiling.
Everything is in perspective. I came all the way through.
Did you?
Yeah. Right into my son's bedroom, and
did you land on the bed at least, like a
I
Christmas
caught myself
vacation?
on a beam, and he was still sitting in bed and looked up at me and just said, "Hey, Dad, what's going on?"
Oh, that's so funny.
So
are you all right?
Yeah, to everybody. So everything is all relative. So I think having that balance in my life has really helped me keep things in perspective, and then also having amazing colleagues here who you can always bounce things off of. It's a very supportive family type environment within the Cancer and Blood Disorders Institute. I didn't come here for the weather. I came here because of the job opportunity and the people. Everyone I met when I came down to visit, I was very impressed with just the quality of people and their dedication to the children, and always putting the children and their families number one, going above and beyond what I've seen other people do. So the people is really what makes it. The building's beautiful, but it's the people that makes this place really tick.
Well, like I was telling you before, this is I believe our 5th year in the new hospital, and we did the first 3 radiothons in the old hospital. And I agree, and the reason I say this is I agree with you, because the people that I've met in the last 9 years in this, it doesn't matter if it's this building or the old building or a shed out back, they are the most amazing people you'll ever want to meet in your life. The kids are first. Let's get it taken care of. We'll worry about the other stuff later. And it's all about the kids, and they're all super nice and well educated and fantastic. So you're 100% right, and you definitely made a good move.
I'm very happy with my move. Every day I'm happy to come to work and work with everybody around me. It's really a great environment.
Awesome. Anything else you wanted to say, Dr. Peter Shaw, before we wrap it up?
No, this is an amazing hospital. Please support it. We have so many great services. We were talking about pets. We have pet therapy dogs here that are very therapeutic. You've probably seen them before.
Music therapy was
Music
another
therapy
one
is
it's
wonderful.
awesome.
There's so much stuff that you get at a children's hospital you don't get in an adult hospital. Art therapy, music therapy, pet therapy, this great auditorium where there are a lot of great activities Child Life does. And all of that just makes the stay here easier on families.
Agreed.
And patients. And that's, our job is to keep them out of the hospital, but if they're here, make it as pleasant as possible while they're here.
Absolutely. Dr. Shaw, thank you so much for taking the time to come down here and talk to us. Round of applause for Dr. Shaw.
You're welcome.
1-800-270-8642 is the phone number, 1-800-270-8642. Make that phone call. Become our monthly miracle maker. $15 a month. It's very simple to do, and it'll make you feel real, real good. We'll be back in a little bit. We're live from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in St. Pete. It's Norm. We're back live, 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. I just got done talking to Dr. Peter Shaw. What an interesting guy, man. He's got, and I'm not going to mention names, and I'm not going to say anything bad about any of the doctors that I've ever talked to, but typically they're not the easiest to interview because they're very, kind of monotone, and they don't have, they're very matter of fact and very technical in their jargon and everything else. Yesterday with Dr. Kays and Dr. Shaw, man, those are two of the greatest doctor interviews that I think that I've done in the last 9 years. And not that any of the other ones were bad. Those were really, really good. So super glad that Dr. Kays, especially, who specializes in and I can't remember the name of it. Basically, when a baby is still in the womb and they do their 20-week sonogram, they see that the child's diaphragm hasn't developed and that all their internal organs are going to be in their chest. And the vast majority of doctors recommend that the ladies terminate the pregnancy because there's only like a 45% survival rate. And Dr. Kays has done his research and done his education and done his everything to figure out a way to make it so that those babies are going to have long, healthy lives. And Noah, who was here yesterday, was born in September, and his family is actually from Seattle, and they've been here ever since like 2 weeks prior to the birth. So, and Dr. Kays has done his thing, and overall, the ones that he's done, he has a 90% survival rate and a 100% survival rate here at All Children's with that. So awesome, Dr. Kays, Dr. Shaw, everything he's doing with the Bone Cancer and Blood Disorders Institute is just amazing. So to keep these doctors with everything that they need here at our All Children's Hospital, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, we need you to make the phone call. 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. Can't make it to the phone, you're on your computer, you're at work, us1035.com. You can go there and make your donation as well. It's $15 a month. It's 50 cents a day. It's super, super cheap to do. And for the next 5 minutes or so until 10:30, you will be in the running if you become one of those monthly Miracle Makers to get those 2 3-day passes to the Country 500 over at Daytona in the first part of next year. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to come right back. There's more music on the way, more kids to talk to here in just a little bit. Those Country 500 passes up for grabs for 5 more minutes. So get on it and do it now. 1-800-270-8642. It's Norm Ware live from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, St. Pete for US 103.5's Cares for Kids Radiothon.
show it off? There you go. Who is that? Who is that? You don't want to show it? Okay. No, show it.
Yes, it is. 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number. 1-800-270-8642. Online as well. If you can't make it to a phone, you're working on your computer at work, us1035.com. You can go there and become one of our monthly Miracle Makers. And I was just handed this, and they're only giving me until noon, so you really have to help me out here. There are 21 kids on the 7 South Cancer Unit right now. And I need 21 monthly Miracle Makers before noon. And if you can help me out, one of you is going to win the Ultimate Raise experience, which is one winner going to receive a suite for 16 people to a game of your choice, 4 field passes for batting practice for whichever game you decide to go to, and a baseball autographed by Logan Forsythe. So there you go. If you're a Rays fan, that is your incentive to get on the phone and become one of our monthly Miracle Makers, and do it for the 21 kids that are on the 7 South Cancer Unit right now. 21 before noon.
We'll be one of those.
And while we're doing that, I'm going to talk to a very special young lady named Sophia. Oh, we're getting shy. Sophia Anderson and her mom, Catalina Anderson. Sophia is 4 years old, and this is one of those stories that, you know, you can see your child and the smallest little thing, you're like, huh, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing you know, it's cancer.
That's exactly it.
Explain. I know it has to do with her eye. So explain exactly what happened with Sophia and how you discovered this and how the timeline went.
So, so New Year happened 2015, and we started to notice a little bruise around Sophia's right eye. And, you know, it kind of came and went, and we thought, you know, she's 2 years old. She's probably walking into walls or walking into the table.
I'm 46 and I still walk into walls. So it's okay.
And, you know, at first we didn't think anything of it. And then after a week and a half, we, you know, went into the pediatrician, and he said, you know, I don't see anything. I don't feel anything, but let's go get it checked out. So right away, Dr. Solomon, amazing pediatrician, said, you know, go to the Hess group, the ophthalmologist here in All Children's. And we went and checked them out. They said, you know, let's get a CT scan done. And so we went home, and we weren't happy with that. So we said, let's take her in right away. It was a Friday morning at 9 o'clock. We had just dropped Aiden off at school. And by 10:30, they had come back with a diagnosis that she had a tumor behind her right eye.
Behind her eye.
Mm-hmm. And it was potentially cancer.
And the tumor was what was causing the bruise.
That's correct. That was exactly what was causing the bruise, was the pushing down of the tumor.
That's it. That's insane to me. So the bruise is actually being caused from inside, not an outside
Right.
force, but an inside force
force.
causing. I didn't even know.
Mhm.
Been doing this 9 years. I had no idea that that could happen.
And it usually doesn't show up that way. With neuroblastoma, she was stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. With this cancer, it usually presents itself with a large mass tumor in the abdomen because it starts in the adrenal glands. It's a nervous system cancer. And usually kids are coming in with a large tumor. Her tumor was the size of a dime in her abdomen, and it wasn't, so it didn't show it the way it usually shows.
So let me get this straight. She had one behind her eye and one in her abdomen.
Right. And that's why it was considered a high risk stage 4, was because it had traveled to another part of her body. So she had the one in her abdomen, the one behind her eye, and then when we did further testing, she had 100% bone marrow cancer.
Jeez Louise. So you go from this one little thing behind her eyeball to the next thing, you got one in her abdomen, and then it's in her bone marrow. So how in the world did they? I mean, because if I'm not mistaken, she's cancer free now.
Yes, she is. Thank God.
Oh yes.
Yes, she is. Woo! Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
So how did they do all that?
So amazing. The doctors here were incredible.
Yeah.
Honestly and truthfully, they wrote a list, and I will never forget this. Sherry wrote a list of the things that we were supposed to do in 1 week when we first got there, and every day we checked it off and marked it off, and we got closer and closer to getting started with the chemo treatment. And it was the best way that she could have explained something so horrible to two parents that have never, ever, ever dealt with anything like this.
Yeah.
I knew of cancer because my grandmother of 65 years old died from colon cancer. That's the only other thing I knew of cancer.
Right.
So it was wonderful. She gave us this list. We went through it all, and it took a while for her cancer to go away. Usually, it's easier for it to be out of your system, but it took up to September of 2015 for her cancer to go away, and it was perfect timing because that was her birthday. So she received
happy birthday.
her happy birthday wishes that she was cancer free 2 days before. One of her doctors called and gave us the great news.
So from diagnosis, from seeing the bruise up until cancer free was a year and a half?
It was January 2015 when she got diagnosed.
Okay.
And then started all of her treatment, and then September of 2015 was when Dr. Oshrine called and said Sophia's cancer free.
So it was less than a year.
Uh-huh.
Holy wow!
Yeah.
See, that typically doesn't happen. So,
Yes, she's
Wow.
a miracle.
Absolutely,
honestly,
she
and
is.
truthfully, the power of prayer, the power of medicine, the power of community and support and love.
Yeah, especially once you get in the bone marrow,
It's scary.
That's
It is scary
and
because
difficult.
it was in there, and that was the hardest part because everything else, because the tumors were so small, they melted away. The chemo melted it away.
That's awesome.
But it was the bone marrow. Every time we came back, it was still there.
Catching it in time.
Yep.
Probably had a lot to do with it also. Not
No.
ignoring something.
Yes, huge, and I'm the biggest advocate of that now. With any of my girlfriends, families, do not ignore anything. That is the number one thing. And I wish that I would have taken her sooner. So I kicked myself in the butt for that, but I couldn't have done anything.
I think you're good.
I think at the time
Yeah.
when we found it, it was already stage 4 high risk.
Wow.
So I think what we need to, as a community, as doctors, as physicians and scientists, is should we do testing when they're younger? Can we do a blood test every single time they go into
It's a great question.
A medical appointment, a checkup?
Do you check what do you check the white blood cell count or
You
something
check
like
their
that?
their blood cells.
While you're in there, why not do that too?
Why not do that? Or with a neuroblastoma, you can do a simple urine test.
Oh.
And that checks for the catecholamines in the urine, and that's huge. I mean, we could catch it sooner. So that's
a great
something that I
idea.
would love to,
Yeah.
speak to, do something with that,
Yeah.
so that we're able to find it a little sooner than stage 4 high risk.
Yeah, that would be great.
Mhm.
That would be nice. And I saw a picture of her. I'm assuming it's from last Halloween when she
Mhm.
was out, and she didn't have any hair,
No.
but she was all trick or treating and look at
Yes,
this hair
we
now.
did. What were we dressed up as last year? Do you remember?
I think she was Supergirl.
We were the Incredibles.
Oh,
yes,
that's right.
My family, we all dressed up as the Incredibles, and
Oh, well, that she is incredible.
Yeah, she is incredible.
Awesome.
Are you going to say hi?
Sophia, you want to say hi real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to put you up to the mic. See.
It's just not
See?
happening.
No, not today.
Not today.
She's giving me today's been a difficult morning already.
Oh,
so
yeah?
yeah.
Well, we're going to have those days, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
All right, Catalina, thank you so much for
Thank
bringing
you
her
so much
back,
for
and I
having
can't wait to
us.
see her next year.
Oh, we'll be here.
All right,
Thank
awesome.
you.
Sophia, big round of applause for Sophia and Catalina. Woo!
Support our hospital.
That's
please,
right.
and thank you.
1-800-270-8642 is how you support this hospital. You call up and you become a monthly Miracle Maker. And like I said yesterday, the monthly Miracle Makers, it's $15 a month. You sign up for that, or by all means, you want to do a one-time donation. It doesn't matter if it's $5, $10, $20, $35,000. We'll take that. It doesn't matter. You donate anything that you want to donate, and by all means, we will take it. And up until 12 o'clock, a little over an hour, the 21 kids are on the 7 South Cancer Unit right now, looking for 21 monthly Miracle Makers up until 12. And your incentive, one of those people is going to win the Ultimate Raise Experience, which I just talked about. Winner going to receive a suite for 16 friends to go to a game of your choice, 4 field passes for batting practice, plus an autographed Logan Forsythe baseball. So get on that phone number and do it. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. Did you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? Do you want to try it?
What are you going to say? Whatever you want. Go. Did you hear me?
I totally heard you. Bribery.
Bribery
There's
works
probably
sometimes.
gonna be cookies and donuts. What do you think? Maybe some sort of toy.
So here we can say it together. Ready? Let's say
One,
it together. 1,
two,
2,
three.
3. Sophia Strong.
Yes. Yay. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And we'll be back in just a little bit live from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It's Norm for US 103.5. Catherine, ready for them. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number, as we are once again back here, our 9th year doing Radiothon. First 3 at the old hospital. The let's see, the first 3 at the old hospital. Would this be the 6th one? I can't do the math. That would be right? The hospital's been here 5 years. This is our 9th Radiothon. Yeah, so anyway, we've been doing it here for a long time, and we've been fortunate enough to raise quite a bit of money, and I have to apologize, as we're kind of going on the fly here right now, that last song ended and totally snuck up on me, and I know that we had our next interview scheduled, and I was like, oh my God, we've got 4 seconds. Everybody, stop what you're doing. No, kidding. I'm joined now by the parents of David Skinner, Stephanie and Thomas Skinner. How are you guys doing today?
We're good. Actually, it's Gerstenberger.
It's Gerstenberger,
but we won't go
but
there.
that's all right. That's his middle name, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. No worries.
All right.
We're
So,
good.
okay.
How are you?
So what is the name again?
It's David Skinner Gerstenberger.
Yeah. So needless to say, it's a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
We'll just say David, Stephanie, and Thomas. How's
There
that?
you
Okay,
go.
we'll just
There
leave
you
it at that.
Sounds great.
Leave it at that. Now, as I was reading through this a little while ago, I've been, like I said, this is our 9th year, and I've interviewed a lot of parents and talked to a lot of kids. I don't know that I've met anybody who's had a child that has what your son David has. And the diagnosis is
Pfeiffer syndrome.
Pfeiffer syndrome. And that's a fusion of bones in the face, and he also has shallow eye sockets.
Correct.
Now, the blessing is that he was born on Father's Day.
Correct. Yes,
which is actually really, really cool.
Yes.
And as I was reading through this whole thing, did you have any idea that this was through sonograms or anything else that this was the case prior to his knew nothing prior to his birth? It was just like, okay, we have an issue.
Sure.
Now, Thomas, take me back to, and if you want to do this, take me back to it's Father's Day, your son's being born, and then the next thing you know, he's headed here because he was born in Sarasota, correct?
Yes,
and then within an hour or so.
Yeah.
He's headed to All Children's into the NICU.
Exactly.
So
It was a matter of a couple hours after David was born. And, and this is from day 1 to day 165 on now. It has been nothing but a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you talk about taking every single roller coaster at Busch Gardens and coupling them together and being on that constantly for 165 days, and this is what it's been. It's been up 1 minute, down the next minute. Joy to sorrow to stress to relief to you name it. But through it all, we have been in this hospital for 165 days, and the family that we have created here, whether it be the nurses, whether it be the doctors, the specialists, everyone involved has been so beneficial and helpful.
That's awesome. And if you can't do the math, that 165 days is 5 months.
Exactly.
So
over 5 months.
Over 5 months, and
Yes.
you guys, David has been here his entire
This
life.
is our home.
Correct.
We don't know anything
Yes.
but this is a home.
And so,
Yes.
are you guys going back and forth between here and Sarasota, or
Every single day.
Yeah,
Every
every
single
day.
day.
We stay at Ronald McDonald
Yes.
too.
do you? Tell me, we're going to get back to David, but tell me, because that doesn't get mentioned enough. Tell me about the Ronald McDonald House.
Ronald McDonald's is awesome.
Yeah.
They're great.
They're awesome. My husband works during the week, and so to be able to have that support there and have like another extended family is really a cool experience to have, because sometimes I can't go home, and so
Yeah.
to have them to be able to help us and to be with us, it's they not only cook and help you, but they're there as a support group for you, and met other mothers and fathers that are going through, might not be the same thing, but similar.
It's
And
the
just to
same-
have
the
them.
same thing,
Yeah,
but
it's the
different.
same- yeah.
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 Different scenarios.
So you've made
Lots of friends.
a second and third family
Oh,
at Ronald
yeah.
McDonald
Yeah.
and here at the hospital.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
and
We know
everything.
anybody from the cleaning person to the you name it here. We've been here
From
so long.
top bottom.
Yeah.
That is
And everybody is so friendly here.
every one of them.
Oh, yeah, everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Stephanie, looking back, and I know that you said that there was no indication during your pregnancy that David had any health issues at
No.
all. Have they learned anything?
Yeah.
About maybe being able to see something?
Well, he covered his face.
Oh, is that why?
Which was like, we didn't think about it, but every week, every month that I would go, he just covered his face, and we never saw his face.
Did he have his hands over his face?
Yeah,
Did
we
he
never
really?
saw his
Oh, yeah.
face.
Yeah.
And then
So
when
here
he
you
came
are-
out, his eye was
Yeah.
out. So we
Yeah.
knew something was wrong.
Yeah,
You know?
here you are looking at like usual 3D, 2D imagery of a sonogram, and he didn't give us any indication that anything was wrong until basically hours before birth, and then right at birth, and then at that point, you start putting all these tubes in the kid. You start intubating him. You start putting the feeding tube through him, things of that sort. And then from that point on, all the different surgeries that he's been involved in, whether it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
fundo-
14?
Oh,
Yes.
we stopped counting. There's more
Yeah.
since then.
Yeah.
We just had one
Well,
last
it says
week again.
14 surgeries in
Yeah.
5 months, and there's more. And there's
more to
coming.
come. We
Oh,
got to
yes.
have facial
With the plastic
surgery. We got to
surgeries.
have reconstructive of our eyes. Just it's one thing after another.
Other than his face and his eye socket issues, I mean, from here down, is he healthy? Is he everything else good? Or
Pretty good. He's trached.
Yeah.
He has a trach. He has a shunt. He has a G tube. Most of the things that a complicated kid
Yeah.
would have, but
Mhm.
couldn't have done it without all these wonderful doctors out here.
How is he doing right now? Yeah, I know that you couldn't
touch and go.
bring him down.
No.
I'm assuming
Touch
he's
and go.
upstairs.
And he'll have a
touch
good
and-
day. He'll have
yeah.
a bad day, things of that sort. But we all take it in stride. That's what I mean. As far as us being the parents, as far as the other parents and families we're involved with around here, you've just got to take everything in stride.
You sure do.
Pray.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
prayer
A lot.
changes things. So you
Yeah.
just gotta be
Do-
there.
Is there your doctors and your nurses? Is there a prognosis for David's future? Is there positivity?
Definitely.
Of
There's
course.
a lot of positivity.
You got to
and-
put in to get in. You
Yeah,
know what you're
yeah.
going to get.
Okay.
And so we want to
Yeah.
be those parents that are right there. I spend 10, 12 hours a day here.
Yeah.
I don't work. My husband does. And just to be there
That's
at the
good.
bedside with the NICU people and just because there's always something going on.
Yeah.
Someone always running in and out of my son's room. So it's,
Never stops.
Yeah. They just were before we came down here. So,
Well, I appreciate you taking the
Of
time
course,
to come
of
down here
course.
and talk to us and tell us about David and sharing your story and everything else.
course,
So
certainly.
I don't want to keep you too long, but I just wanted
No,
to say thank you
we
so much for
appreciate
coming
and
down
thank
and
you to
taking
all
the
the
time.
wonderful doctors out here.
Is there a
nurses.
particular doctor? I mean, I know you want to
Sure.
thank all of them. A particular
Yeah.
doctor, a particular nurse that you want to say.
Yeah, Samantha
Go ahead.
Rowland has been wonderful. She's sewn our son's eyes over 6 or 7 times back in.
Yeah.
And
Dr.
Tewitt
Dr. Westlick.
with his head, Dr. Wozliak with
Our
ENT,
primary
our
nurses.
primary nurses, Kristen and Kelly. They've been wonderful. The whole NICU
And then
staff.
our nurse
practitioner, Tammy. I mean, it's a
All
team
we
could just
effort.
go
We could
on.
go on
We
and
could
on.
go on.
All going to be on your Christmas card list from now
Oh,
on.
definitely.
the whole NICU will be
definitely.
on our Christmas list. Without them, you can't do it. You got to have a great team of people, and we do.
That's awesome. Stephanie and Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time to come
Thank
down,
you
get
very
back
much.
upstairs to your son. And
course.
We appreciate it.
our love.
Thank you very
Our love
much.
to him. 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number. 1-800-270-8642. It's very simple to do. There's 21 kids, like I said, on the seventh South Cancer Unit, and well, call up right now for David. He's up there fighting as we speak, and it's a very simple thing to do. You make a phone call, and it's $15 a month, and things are a lot better. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes, right here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number. 1-800-270-8642 is the phone number. That is how you get in on helping out the kids here at All Children's Hospital. And as a matter of fact, we are getting ready to start our first Power Hour. And that's going to be from our friends at Mid-Florida Credit Union. And what they're going to do is every dollar that we raise from 11:30 until 12:30, they are going to match up to $2,500. So we've got an opportunity for the next 60 minutes to raise $5,000. So going to give you a couple of incentives to do that. The first one being, if you become one of our monthly Miracle Makers within the next hour, you'll be in the running to win the Ultimate Raise Experience. And that's one winner receiving a suite for 16 people out at the Trop to a game of their choice, plus 4 field passes for batting practice, and a baseball signed by Logan Forsythe. So if you're a Rays fan, that is super, super cool. And you get to pick the game that you want to go to. So Mid-Florida Credit Union matching up to $2,500. And the young ladies from Bulls for Kids are waiting for your phone call. They're over there right now. And as a matter of fact, they're getting ready to do their 2017 Dance Marathon, Bulls for Kids. Registration for that ends on December 11th. If you want information and to register, usf.edu/DM. So get on that as well. And I've got the little thing right here in front of me. And I like your hashtag, one step closer, FTK to 200 grand. How close are you guys to $200,000? You got a ways to go? All right, well, it's time to start helping these kids raise some money, because that's what they do, is they raise money for All Children's Hospital, the Bulls for Kids from USF. Super, super cool group. In our Power Hour, like I said, going till 12:30. $2,500 is the match from Mid-Florida Credit Union, so we have an opportunity to break $5,000 this next hour. And I'm still looking for my 21. I know we've had a couple of phone calls come in since I started this, but there's 21 kids on the 7 South Cancer Unit, and I'd like to get a total of 21 more monthly Miracle Makers before I'm done at noon and Ryan Nelson comes in at noon. So get on the phone and make them ring loud. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. The Ultimate Raise Experience up for grabs. Mid-Florida Credit Union matching everything up to $2,500, and the kids from Bulls for Kids are over there waiting to take your phone call. It's Norm. Back into the tunes. We'll be back in just a little bit. I'll wrap it up, and then Mr. Nelson will take over for your afternoon. It's Norm. We're live at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon. The phone number is 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. That's how you become one of our monthly Miracle Makers at a very, very, very minimal $15 a month. It winds down to about 50 cents a day. Once you put your money where the miracles are, right here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And if you would like to, maybe have a little bit of incentive, light a little fire underneath you to become one of our monthly Miracle Makers. How's this sound? If you're a Rays fan, up until about noon, you got about 10 minutes or so, the ultimate Rays experience is up for grabs to one of our monthly Miracle Makers. That's going to be one winner, going to receive a suite at the Trop for 16 people to a game of your choice, plus 4 field passes for batting practice and an autographed baseball from Logan Forsythe. So you can't beat that, especially if you are, in fact, a Rays fan. Plus, the 21 kids that are on the 7 South Cancer Unit, looking for those last couple of monthly Miracle Makers to hit before noon, and that would hit my goal of 21 before I get out of here at noon. And let Ryan Nelson take over. And, of course, the Bulls for Kids young ladies are still over here taking some phone calls, waiting for the phones to ring, and talking about their dance marathon 2017 coming up. And they do some great stuff for All Children's Hospital, and they raise a bunch of money with their dance marathon every year. So looking forward to that. And if you want to be a part of it, registration ends December 11th, and you can do that at usf.edu/DM. And before I get ready to take off and eat all of the food that Chef Joe has brought back, and I will, because he's brought back pizza and chicken wings and macaroni and cheese and all kinds of stuff, and I cannot wait to go in and do that. Want to remind you that our friends at Mid-Florida Credit Union have offered up their power hour from 11:30 until 12:30. They're going to match everything up to $2,500 that we get from 11:30. Got about 40 minutes left, so we got an opportunity to raise $5,000 in that time. So that is a good thing. And before I take off, I just want to mention some of the kids and some of the people that I've gotten to talk to over the course of the last 2 days. Of course, Jackie and Isaiah, who came in yesterday, and Isaiah is such an amazing story. Anyway, the kid he's 4 now, and when I met him, he was a preemie, and he had a heart transplant. And, and over the years, I've seen him, and he just kind of sits there, and he's the sweetest kid you ever want to talk to in your life. And then this year, he walked in. He wasn't being carried. He wasn't in a stroller. He wasn't anything. He walked in by himself, and he's got facial expressions now, and he's running around all over the place and playing with everything. So it was so good to see Isaiah and his accomplishments and how well he's doing. Austin Dodd and Marina Petty, who came in and talked to me yesterday, they're the 17-year-olds that both had the exact same cancer and became friends while they were here. Both live here in Florida. And, of course, Dr. Kays, who specializes in the I can't remember exactly how to pronounce it, but when the babies are still in the womb, their diaphragm doesn't develop, and all of their internal organs end up in their chest, and it's like the mortality rate is like 45%. I mean, it's not a good percentage that the baby is going to survive. Since Dr. Kays has been here at All Children's Hospital, his overall survival rate is 90%. Since he's been here at All Children's, 100% survival rate. So nothing but great things to say about Dr. Kays. He's an amazing guy, an amazing interview as well. And then today also Aaliyah Soto and her dad Dino, who came in, Dr. Peter Shaw, who was an amazing guy to talk to, and of course the cute as can be Sophia and her mom Catalina Anderson, who were in here just a little while ago. Her mom noticed a bruise right by her eyeball one day and decided to have it looked into, and the doctors couldn't come up with anything. The ophthalmologist couldn't come up with anything, and then they had a couple other tests run, and wouldn't you know it, it's cancer behind her eyeball that ended up in her abdomen and then ended up in her bone marrow. And then in less than a year, through treatment here at All Children's Hospital, she was 100% Sophia cancer-free. So that's an amazing story and an amazing little kid. So that's the kind of stuff that you make happen here at All Children's Hospital by becoming one of our monthly Miracle Makers at $15 a month. It's super simple. It's one less Coke a day, 50 cents a day. I mean, that's it. That's all you got to do. If you can't get on the phone, dial up or get on online at us1035.com, and you can make your donation there as well. So Mid-Florida Credit Union matching us up to $2,500 until 12:30. So we got an opportunity to make $5,000. Ryan Nelson getting ready to take over here in just a couple of minutes. He'll take you into the lunch hour, which is a good time to call up and become one of those monthly miracle makers. I'm trying to think if I've forgotten anything, and I don't think that I have. The phone number, I can't say it enough, 1-800-270-8642, 1-8642. Make those girls from Bulls for Kids work, and we are going to be back in just a little bit, some more tunes, and we're live right here, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for US 103.5's Cares for Kids Radiothon. It's Norm. See you later. Bye-bye.
And we continue with our All Children's Hospital, our Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital Radiothon. It's Ryan Nelson in for the next few hours here, and we continue to take your donations and get you set up as a monthly Miracle Maker for just $15 a month, about 50 cents a day. And the Power Hour going on right now from our friends at Mid-Florida Credit Union, a $2,500 match. So if we can do that until about 12:30, another 20 minutes or so, they're going to match up to $2,500 for us. Thank you so much for them for being involved with that. 1-800-270-8642. It's our phone number. We want to get these phones ringing here as the Bulls for Kids ladies are lined up and in position to take your calls. 1-800-270-8642. And we're joined here by Jackson and Caroline, not Carol Squigley. She told me a minute ago. Old joke, she said. Can't take credit for it. But Jackson, you're 11.
Yes.
And things kind of changed when you were 9.
Yes, I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, which is a solid bone tumor I had in my left femur.
Well, let's ask Mom. First time you notice something is out of the norm, and you say, we need to maybe go to the doctor and have something looked at here.
Jackson was complaining about having pain in his leg, and being a rather tall 9-year-old, we just kind of thought it was growing pains and took him to the pediatrician, and they just kept saying, well, change shoes and, let's see what happens every few weeks. And as the months went on, the pain was not going away, and he knew his body, and he kept listening to it and kept telling us this is a sharp pain. And so we got an x-ray, and that x-ray showed a tumor in his femur that we were not expecting to see.
So how long was the process from the first time you went, boy, something doesn't feel right or something hurts, to when you actually got the diagnosis?
Yeah, we were really lucky that we actually got the x-ray on a Thursday and got to meet Jackson's oncologist on a Friday here at All Children's. And from that moment until he was cancer-free was about 11 months.
And so the first time they say osteosarcoma, what do you think when you hear that? When that's what they tell you you're looking at?
You freeze. It's a frozen moment where you feel like you're in a movie and somebody's telling you something that you're not really processing or comprehending, and it takes a little while to process.
And Jackson, you're 9.
Yes.
2 years ago when this happens, and Mom has to process it and realize what's going on. What did you understand at that point? What was happening?
Not
what was
really.
Going on?
I was like, what's going on? What does this mean?
Did you realize that it was a serious deal?
After a little bit, I realized that it was a pretty serious deal.
Yeah. And so then you start going through the process and looking through some of the notes here. 20 rounds of chemo in some quick math, about 10 months there?
Yeah, 10, 11, yeah.
And what was it like going through that? You're 9 years old. What's 4th grade? Is that about where you were when this hits?
Yeah, it was tough, but all the people at All Children's are really nice and very helpful while you're here.
How about school? How about going through school when you're doing chemotherapy for that long and that many sessions? Were you able to go to school? Did you have to stay home?
I did go to my school sometimes, but I Skyped with my class.
Technology, yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
All right, so then you do that, and then tell me about what happened with the tumor.
Yeah.
And what you had to do, and what happened as a result of having it removed and everything that went with it.
Well, I got it removed, and they put in a prosthetic leg, and it goes all the way up to my
what's your
hip and down into my tibia. Yeah,
And when they remove the tumor, they actually kind of look at it, and they determine the percentage of necrosis, which means how much of the tumor has died based on the amount of chemo that you have before. And his was 100% dead, which is amazing. We are extremely fortunate.
And then here we are 2 years later, back in school.
Yes.
Healthy, cancer-free.
Yes.
Cancer-free.
Here we go, right on.
Yeah.
And it's stories like that with Jackson here that we want you to become a Miracle Maker with us for just $15 a month, 1-800-270-8642 if you want to get involved here and help All Children's Hospital with us. Cool deal with Jackson. Just 11 now after going through 2 years of this, and
now, Jackson, you're on the other side of it. You're helping raise money and help with other kids that are going through stuff. How do you do that? What have you done that you've helped raise money here for the hospital?
Well, we've had lemonade stands and raised a lot of money doing that. And yeah, trying to help like that.
And then here you fan, love the Rays, love the Lightning. I didn't see the Bucks on the list.
Oh, I've been to a few games.
All right, well, they're getting better, so we'll put them on the list next year, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you've got you're going through this. You're raising money for it.
Yes.
Things are a little different, but you could say life is back to normal as far
pretty
as
much.
being healthy. Obviously, you have the prosthetic leg, and things are different. But what would you say for somebody that's sitting there listening to your story and thinking, boy, these, I guess I could find a few minutes here to pick up the phone. I don't know. I got something here. What would you say right now that would make them drop what they're doing, pick up the phone, become a monthly miracle maker, make a one-time donation here with All Children's?
To do it because it helps fund research and make the hospital better, even though it's great. But they could make it a even better place than it is.
Exactly, and all the money that comes in here and all the money that we raise with these couple days of our radiothon, it all stays here local with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So that's why we ask you to become a partner here and help us and become a monthly miracle maker. Before you run, Jackson and Caroline, somebody told me to ask you about being the YouTube channel superstar. Is that true? Is that still happening?
A little bit.
Taking a hiatus. All right, so what's the story behind that? What's the videos that we?
Well, I haven't been doing them lately, but they weren't. They helped me take my mind off other things.
We get that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate you stopping by, and just 2 years since the whole ordeal started, and looking at you, talking to you, hearing your story, you wouldn't know that anything had happened.
If I can just say that
you say whatever you want.
It's really important to be on one side of the table where you're giving and giving and giving, and you never know when you're going to have to be on the receiving end of such amazing, nurses and doctors and nonprofit hospitals such as Johns Hopkins All Children. So you never know when this amazing facility is going to be really important in every other person's life. And so I always say, just pay it forward, because you never know when you're going to have to receive this kind of help.
We don't think it'll happen to us. And
Right.
You went to the doctor, and they told you, "I'll go home," and it's try some shoes, and it goes from something like that to something
to cancer,
way more serious. Absolutely. So that's why we're asking for you to help, for you to make a donation, for you to be a monthly miracle maker with us. $15 a month can get it done. 50 cents a day. 1-800-270-8642. The Bowls for Kids ladies are standing by. They'll take your call. And, of course, our Power Hour continuing here for a few more minutes with Mid-Florida Credit Union. They'll match next $2,500. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
And day 2 of our Radiothon continues here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, looking for miracle makers, monthly miracle makers, looking for you to donate and for you to help the research and help this hospital continue to provide miracles and help children who are coming in here with issues that most of us can't even imagine. Our power hour, a few more minutes left. Mid-Florida Credit Union, they're matching up to $2,500, so if we can squeeze you in, they can still match you with that. We have a goal we're working on, about 22 more, looking for about 22 more miracle makers to reach our goal, because there is 26 kids on the 8th floor right now for various reasons. Could be recovering from surgery, could be a broken bone, and an assortment of ailments. So we're looking for that 26 magic number, looking for that magic number of 26 miracle makers. Just 50 cents a day, $15 a month. 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. And everybody that does get in here with us until 1:30 to become a monthly miracle maker, we'll get you in with this pretty cool package, get you in the running. Somebody is going to score a Monster Jam total access package. Going to get 4 total access tickets for the show at Raymond James Stadium in January. Pit party passes. You'll get into the exclusive total access party. So maybe a little extra incentive for you to pick up that phone and become a monthly miracle maker with us here today. 1-800-270-8642. The Bowls for Kids ladies, they are around the phones. They're waiting for your call. They'll take your information. And it's really simple. It's 2 minutes. It's 3 minutes on the phone. It's just enough to get the info and get you set up. So if the boss isn't looking, you can do that. Or if you want to jump online, you can sure donate. We'll take your one-time donation. It can be as big or as small, whatever works for you. We know everybody's different. Budgets are different. But you can do a one-time donation as well. And find all that info at us1035.com. 1-800-270-8642. It's a Friday. Get yourself feeling good about the weekend just by knowing that you're making a difference here in kids' lives at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. 1-800-270-8642. Become a monthly miracle maker with us. $15 a month, 50 cents a day. We'll have more great stories with families and patients and donors here to the hospital. Coming up, our US 1035 Cares for Kids Radiothon continues at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital here in St. Pete with US 1035. And we're back. Our US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon continues at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And looking for you to become a monthly Miracle Maker with us. Just $15 a month, 50 cents a day can get it done. Lunch hour's almost up. Perfect time. Make that call before you get back to work on a Friday. 1-800-270-8642. Just $15 a month. We'll get you a monthly Miracle Maker, get you signed up. 1-800-270-8642. Anybody that does that before 1:30, we'll put you in the running. Someone's going to score the Monster Jam Total Access Package. You get Total Access tickets for the show at Raymond James Stadium coming up in January, pit party passes, and into the exclusive Total Access Party. 1-800-270-8642 to become a monthly Miracle Maker here with us. Mom and Dad, Mike and Margaret, sitting here with us, and Adriana's just 3 years old. You said she may not talk much, but she just had her cookie, so I think she's happy for a few minutes to let you guys kind of share her story with us. Thanks for joining us today. First,
no problem. Thank you.
On the kind of the bio sheet, let me ask you what this is, just because I'm not in the know. Maybe everybody else is, but me. That's not it's not out of the norm. It says, Dad, Mike, a gamer in Children's Miracle Network Hospital's Extra Life fundraising campaign.
Yes.
What does that mean? What does it mean to be a gamer?
Well, to be a gamer means you play games, but to be a gamer with Extra Life. So Extra Life is it's an event that goes on once a year. It's a national event, and basically it raises money for a Children's Miracle Network hospital of your choice. So you sign up at extra-life.org, and then the event actually just concluded about a month ago, and you raise money on your profile page, share it with your friends or whatever, and you play games for 24 hours straight.
Okay, when I saw gamer, I know what gamer is, video games, but I didn't. Okay, that's awesome. That's great. Well, let's talk about Adriana's story.
Yeah.
And let's talk about how it started. I guess from the start. When did we realize there was going to be an issue?
At about 21 weeks gestation, we had a more detailed ultrasound with her, and we found out that she had a frontal encephalocele and hydrocephalus and a Chiari and a whole bunch of other big medical words.
Right. That's why I waited for you guys to say the words. I didn't even want to try.
Yeah. So basically, her skull didn't close right above her nose, and so her brain pushed through that skull opening and was kind of sitting skin covered but exposed on her forehead.
But you knew that at 21 weeks already.
We did. Yeah. We knew that at 21 weeks gestation, and it was kind of awesome to be able to have that time to prepare and actually seek out neurosurgeon and everything like that before her birth, not knowing how soon we would need to do surgery or anything like that. So we actually kind of moved around and interviewed neurosurgeons, and were kind of directed to All Children's by some friends who had experience with our surgeon, Dr. Tuitt. And so we came and we talked to Dr. Tuitt and just felt really comfortable. Both of us walked away saying, if he's ever in the operating room and we're not there to, he's got to make a split-second decision, we would trust that he would make the decision that we would make.
Sure.
So it was great to be able to kind of have that foresight and be able to be in the place where we needed to be for her birth.
How did going through the process? You came before. Obviously, she came along.
Mm-hmm.
And you just kind of said, you felt comfortable, but how did they, first present it to you when you came, and just to put you at ease and just say, okay, here's what's going to happen. Here's what's this is what you're facing. We're gonna do everything we can. We're gonna we're with you. Like.
Mm-hmm. The initial diagnosis when she when it was found in ultrasound, they were kind of like, well, because we kind of asked, we're like, we don't know what that means. Like, what does that mean for her? What is, kind of her outlook, her prognosis? And they're kind of like, you're dealing with the brain, which is its own thing.
It's not like the pinky.
Yeah. So, so they were like, you could be dealing with some really severe disabilities, and you could be dealing with, a really pretty quote-unquote normal kid, and so they're like, you just really don't know. And so Dr. Tuitt kind of gave us some confidence and hope in talking to him, just saying that this is kind of the best placement for something like this to happen with the different areas of the brain and how things function and everything like that. And so,
Did they give you an outlook? Did they say, I think if we do this and down the line, we'll be all right? Or was it?
Yeah. So the way I put it is, the outlook came, when we sat down with Dr. Tuitt that first time, and as we had gone around and seen some experienced surgeons and whatnot, the feeling that we got here was that it was the first time we felt like we were no longer needed to be in control of everything. That they were very confident in being able to do this. And actually, one of the first things Dr. Tuitt said to us was, because hers is frontal, so the condition typically comes up either frontal or occipital in the back. And so the very first thing he said to us is, well, hers is frontal, so you probably understand that she stands a pretty good chance at having a nominal life. And we were like, well, no, nobody actually really told us that at this point. So it was just that sense of confidence that
just kind of filling you in with all the details that you need to kind of feel confident. Well, she doesn't seem too interested in the microphones, but she seems to like the camera over there a little bit. She's waving and smiling. Here's what they kind of presented as some notes. Just so you find out about this and you go through it all. But just when you look at the list of what she's gone through, just such a young age, 4 different brain surgeries, a major plastic surgery that looks like another one in the coming years.
Yeah.
Just to go through all that at 3 years old. Yeah. And for you as new parents to go through all that, to have kind of the support and, like you said, I mean, that other places, maybe didn't provide you, but here you did receive that with All Children's Hospital.
Yeah, it was a complicated first year. Not a lot of time to do just parenting things, and we were picking out a neurosurgeon before we picked out a pediatric doctor.
Before we picked out a pediatrician. It's been awesome to be at All Children's because we have had a number of other issues come up. She had some cardiology issues when she was first born, and some hematology issues with blood clots and stuff like that. And so it's been awesome to be able to have access to all of those specialists all in one place, being able to come back and having them know each other and be able to talk to each other and really have an intertwined network that is kind of already set up for you with all of the best doctors.
So as we mentioned just a second ago, another plastic surgery on the horizon whenever. But aside from that, how is she? As she sits here, 3 years old, like I said, eating a cookie before we jumped on and smiling for the camera. How about overall?
Yeah, she's been doing very good.
She looks happy.
Because of her hydrocephalus condition, she has qualified for early interventionist support up through 3 years old, and she actually didn't qualify for the next phase of it, meaning she was actually developmentally on track. Technically, she still qualifies because medically, it's kind of a blank check. If you have hydrocephalus, you qualify, but that was more than anything an indication of how well she's doing, that she, didn't developmentally qualify, but still medically qualifies. And she's had a couple seizures, but nothing extreme, manageable. She's been doing fantastic.
Well, we love the stories where, we get to look back and even this short amount of time and say, success and, she looks great and you guys are, obviously more than pumped with everything that's happened from the time you arrived here at All Children's to now, and appreciate you sharing the story with us. What would you say for, we're trying to get monthly miracle makers, we're trying to get somebody to pick up the phone right now and go, I don't have that issue and it's not affecting my family, but yeah, I'm going to give. The trips you make here to the hospital and the staff and the treatment and everything that's gone into it, what would you say to somebody who's just on the verge of making that call?
I would probably say that, it's, the donation support is so critical to not just the core care, but the extra care. And, as far as how great this facility's been for us, when you're spending time with your family, holidays coming up and things like that, just remember that any time of day, 24/7, this facility, these doctors, this staff is working and saving lives. And so they need as much, support to continue that mission.
Absolutely. All right. Appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging with us here a bit and telling your story.
Yep. Thank you.
And as Dad just mentioned, they're saving lives. We keep saying that over and over and over. When you pick up the phone and when you dial us up and when you become a monthly miracle maker, that's exactly what you're doing. You're helping to save a child's life. And just $15 a month which you're probably not even going to notice is gone, to be honest. $15 a month, 50 cents a day. We'll get you set up here just a couple of minutes to get it done. And you can call us up. We've got the phone lines here, 1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. If you can help out today and you can become a monthly miracle maker, love to have you on the phones right now, 1-800-270-8642. We're at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We continue, more coming up. Our US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon. Yes, it is, and it continues here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. That's Ryan Nelson. We are looking for monthly miracle makers. If you can help and you can donate and you can become a partner here with All Children's Hospital, $15 a month, 50 cents a day. We'll get that done. We had a goal we were shooting for 26, and that was all because there's 26 kids on the 8th floor here at the hospital today for various different reasons. We're trying to find 26 monthly miracle makers, 12 more. We're looking for another 12 here in the next 15 minutes or so to reach our goal at 1-800-270-8642. And everybody that does become a miracle maker with us will put you in the drawing for the Monster Jam Total Access Package with tickets for the show at Raymond James Stadium, down into the pit party and more. 1-800-270-8642. Clifford and Mom Katrina are here with us. Are you a Monster Jam fan, Clifford? Watch the big trucks, yeah? Have you been to one of the shows at the stadium?
Once.
Once? All right. Well, maybe we'll get you back for another one. Thanks for coming in, both of you, and sharing your story here and sharing your story here with the hospital, and not only a patient story, but also mom, employee.
I'm an employee here,
yeah.
yes,
What do you do here with All Children's?
I work for the director of rehab, Dr. Hart, in All Children's, and we have a unique story that I just had started working here when Clifford was in a car accident, and unfortunately, we lost his dad in that accident, but he was rushed to the hospital. He had 7 compression fractures in his spine.
And this was just 2
This
years
was
ago?
2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And he's miraculously made a full recovery. He was in a full thoracic brace for 3 months.
Were you working here before?
I was working here only for a very short period of
Okay.
time, for 5 months. And what's amazing is that the outpour of love from the staff and everyone here to give us the time that we needed to heal. And I got to take 3 months off work to be able to be with him to heal. And we got cards and things from people that didn't even know us but heard our story. So it's not only the amazing physicians and nurses, but every level of the staff here has been
So you'd
pretty amazing.
already been here for a short while.
A short period of time,
you
yes.
Probably already saw kind of that type of, support for other patients that were already here.
Absolutely.
And then to have it kind of flipped around
Firsthand,
and
to
then
deal
have
with
it
it
coming
firsthand.
your way.
Because you never expect a child to be sick or for an accident to happen, but it did happen, and we wouldn't want to be in any other place.
What obviously very emotional, just thinking back on the story and telling it. But what goes through your mind when the accident happens, you get here to All Children's, and they do come to you and say, fractures to the spine. I mean, anytime you would hear broken back, I mean, that's serious business.
It's serious business,
I mean,
but
did you know from scene to hospital, either the way that
I
transportation
didn't know.
happened, that it was a back issue?
He was with my husband at the time, and so they called me in, and so I came here not knowing anything that had happened. And then finding that it was a car accident, and it happened on a Friday, and they had brought in the anesthesiologist and everybody on a Sunday to do the MRI, and he just received great attention from the step of being into the ER all the way through being inpatient, and then afterwards we still see doctors today. And it's not just being inpatient, but it's also the outpatient support.
And then in a brace, had to go home with a brace on for 3 months.
We got to fish a lot off the dock, but we couldn't, we weren't running or swimming or couldn't do much for a while.
How, as far as the brace goes, what is that all the time, 24/7?
It was for 3 months.
For 3 months.
24/7.
And then we said that was two years ago that accident happened, and you had the issues. And now we fast forward 2 years until now, and I see a note here in front of me, Clifford, that you just ran a 10K race.
Yep.
Get out of here.
About it. Talk
10K,
about it.
yeah, tell us about the 10K race. So I think it's about 9.5 Ks longer than I've ever run. Tell us about the 10K.
All I did is ran it, and that's it.
You get the Forrest Gump. I just ran. All right, I don't blame you. Running's not the most exciting thing. You don't have to get too in depth with that. But the point of it is, just like any other 9-year-old that is out there, you had the serious issue. You came here to All Children's, and fast forward to present day, and you're able to do what everybody else in your grade pretty much can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any more 10Ks in the future?
Maybe.
Don't seem too excited. Did someone make you run the 10K? You don't seem too excited about the 10K.
No, I wanted to do it.
Okay, all right.
We did it for the Brain Tumor Alliance. Actually.
Okay, there we go.
So it's a good cause.
Well, is it with what he went through and fractures to the back? As obviously he's still growing. He's only 9.
He's growing. He's made a full recovery. He may have a little scoliosis, but we're monitoring that.
That's what I was going to say. Any effects that are possible down the road?
In the future, they're monitoring it, but so far a full recovery, and we wouldn't be able to have an active, normal lifestyle if it wasn't for Johns Hopkins All Children's.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. Obviously very emotional, and Clifford, appreciate you telling us all about what you went through as well. You want to give the phone number out for us and see if we can get some people to call and donate here to All Children's Hospital, and other kids that come in with stories like yours or completely different. We need to get people on board to make a difference. Give them the number.
1-800-270-8642.
There you go. Clifford giving you the number. If you want to call and become a monthly Miracle Maker with us, just $15 a month. Think about what you spend $15 on in the course of a month. You probably pay more, on your credit card bill, as far as you make your payment for principal. You're probably paying more on the back end than $15 a month that you don't even know is gone. $15 a month. We say it over and over. It's just a trip to the machine for a candy bar or a pop once a day, or just something as simple as that you're not going to miss. It's a $5 tip at the restaurant here and there. It's that small of an amount over the course of a month that's making difference in families' lives, just like right here with Clifford and his mom. Every case is different, but the money that we collect, it all stays right here in St. Pete. It all stays here with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It doesn't get distributed. It doesn't get broken up and sent to other places. It all stays right here. It all stays local, and it helps so that we can have stories like this that are, a success story on the other side. And it's all for research, and it's all for care. And if you want to help make that continue to happen, that's why we're here, and that's why we're hanging out these couple of days, and that's why we have the USF St. Pete Dance Marathon Group taking your phone calls, and that's why we have employees of the hospital here answering phones. 1-800-270-8642. It's a Friday. Somebody just said, oh, yeah, it was payday yesterday. Yeah, that's right. $15 a month. Not going to miss it. 1-800-270-8642. We're still looking for our 12 Miracle Makers. Another 6, 7, 8 minutes to get that done. And if you want to become a monthly Miracle Maker with us, we'll get you in the drawing for that Monster Jam package. And you just might see Clifford hanging out there in the stands, right?
We're going to donate right now and be a Miracle Maker.
All right. Well, join Mom and join Clifford and get on the phone. Clifford, you want to give that phone number one more time?
1-800-270-8642.
1-800-270-8642. So we can have more great... See, it's the magic of Clifford right there. We can have great success stories like Clifford. 1-800-270-8642. Become a monthly Miracle Maker here with us. Only 50 cents a day, $15 a month. You can also give your donation. If it is a one-time donation, that's fine as well. Online, us1035.com for that. 1-800-270-8642, the number one more time, and we'll get you in on that Monster Jam Total Access package. We're going to draw a winner for that of all the monthly Miracle Makers we get by 1:30. We'll have more coming up, more great stories like Clifford here, coming up with our US 1035 Cares for Kids Radiothon with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and US 1035. Who's on the phone? Day 2 continues with our radiothon for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And we're still looking for those monthly miracle makers here. We want to get you signed up and be a part of the success of the hospital here, be a part of the research, and be a part of these stories that we're hearing, like earlier with Adriana having to have multiple brain surgeries before the age of 3. And Clifford, we just talked to a little bit ago, 9 years old, and fractured spine in a car accident. And now he's running a 10K marathon. And those are the success stories that we want to continue to build on. And we look for you to become a monthly miracle maker here with us. And you can do that for just 50 cents a day, $15 a month. Slap that on a credit card. You won't even know that it's being taken out. I guarantee you there'll be, when the bill comes, you won't even notice that. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. We have a new incentive for anybody that does become a monthly miracle maker with us until 3 o'clock. We'll get you a trip to Runaway Country, which is one of the cool festival shows. I know we have a lot of them here around the area, but this one's going to be in March, and it'll be with Billy Currington, Brad Paisley, Jason Aldean, Michael Ray. You also get a hotel room for 3 nights. So if you want to be in the running for that, become a miracle maker here with us, 1-800-270-8642. It's the weekend. Yeah, you're going to do a little Christmas shopping. You're going to be out and about and spending some money, but just think about before you go doing that for the weekend, about being involved here with us and helping to save a child's life, which you can do with our radiothon. If you become a monthly miracle maker, $15 a month gets it done. 1-800-270-8642. You're looking at your checklist of what to check off before you head home for the day. Yeah, we're going to do that, make that call, and do that paperwork. Put it on the list there, and let's have that be the next box you check off. Become a monthly miracle maker with us, with All Children's Hospital, 1-800-270-8642. More coming up here from St. Pete with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It's our US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon. Our radiothon continues here. It's Ryan. Everybody has kind of made a beeline for the windows here behind us in the room. They've got this cool thing going on across the street. And we continue with our radiothon. I'll tell you about that here in a minute. But we want to get you signed up as a monthly Miracle Maker with us. $15 a month, breaks down to 50 cents a day. 1-800-270-8642 is our number. And we want to get some phones ringing here as we're doing this. We know it's Friday. We know there's a lot to get done before the weekend starts, but you'll feel pretty good about that if you can pick up that phone and be a part of that with us here. $15 a month, 1-800-270-8642 as we look for those monthly Miracle Makers with us. Catherine here with the hospital, you've been my right-hand man and everybody's, right-hand woman, I guess, as we've been doing this the last couple of days, keeping us up to date and up to speed and anything we need. So you're going to tell us kind of what's going on. Everybody was just over here taking pictures and video. Right across the street, you got the research and education building that's going up. And what is this that everybody is just enthralled with right now? What are they looking at?
Well, it's not every day that you see a group.
Hang on a second. We might...
Yep.
There we go.
All right. Sorry about that. Hello. It's not every day that you see a crew of men and women, construction workers, holding up signs and doing a dance, and they're doing it for the children in the hospital. So specifically our kids in the infusion center, they have to sit in the infusion center for hours at a time to receive their medication. And our construction crew across the street at the Research and Education Building realized when they heard this story that they wanted to do something to help distract the kids and, give them something to smile about while they're sitting there and having to have this medicine for hours at a time. So a couple months ago, they decided to start doing a Friday dance.
So it's the first Friday of the month, right?
First Friday of the month, and they get music going, and they hold up signs, and the kids across the street can see. And now the kids and the nurses are gathering up in our infusion center and doing the same thing on our end, too.
And the big kids and the volunteers that are all in this room and everybody that's going, that's
everyone
so cool.
from US 103.5.
That's so awesome. Get some video. So let's give credit to them. Skanska. Is that what it is? Skanska
Yes,
Construction.
Skanska Construction Crew, and they've really embraced the mission of this hospital. They are helping us build our new research and education building that will be opening up in 2018. Here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, we are undergoing over 300 research studies to help advance treatments to help the kids. And this building will allow us to expand that research even more. And it's important for listeners to know that much of that research is funded by philanthropy. It's funded by a generous community, generous donors, just like all of us who are listening.
So when you become a monthly Miracle Maker, that's where the money's going. That's where the money's being put to use. Which just it goes with the stories that we hear when we're talking over these 2 days of our radiothon about when we interview kids that have gone through just terrible things, and they say, "I love coming to the hospital." How is it when you come to the hospital? It's fun. It's that's part of it. That's just it's kind of the whole atmosphere, the culture. You got the construction crew dancing. The kids are loving it.
Yep, it's people like the folks at Skanska that help distract the children while they're here in the hospital, and you hear things that our doctors and our nurses do for the children and families all the time, and it's great to see that the construction crew has embraced this too. You'll also see if you drive by our campus, there's a large cutout of Waldo.
Waldo's out there, yeah.
Yeah,
They
and
hide that every day, right?
Waldo's
Or move him.
wearing a Radiothon T-shirt today in honor of this.
So they move him around, so the kids, when they wake up, can go to the window or
Mm-hmm.
or whenever they do, and they see he's in a different position. They look for him, right?
Exactly.
Well, it just kind of fits in with everything that we've just been talking about, how great of a place this is, and if the construction workers are getting in on the fun, then that says something. All right, appreciate it, Catherine.
Thank you.
As she mentioned, that it's the new building that those guys are working on. That it all comes from people donating, and people stepping up, and people becoming a monthly Miracle Maker, and that's what we're asking you to do with us. $15 a month, pretty small thing if you really look at what you spend, and maybe really money that you maybe throw away on small stuff over the course of a month. 50 cents a day, $15 a month to become a monthly Miracle Maker with us. 1-800-270-8642. Also, your one-time donations, we can do that as well. It can be as big or as small, whatever fits your budget. You can donate online anytime, us1035.com. But looking for some more monthly Miracle Makers here on our Friday with our radiothon. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. And if you do become one with us, we'll get you in drawing a winner for some tickets to the Runaway Country Festival, which is going to be big. Billy Currington, Brad Paisley, Jason Aldean, and more. So become a monthly Miracle Maker with us here right now. 1-800-270-8642. More coming up from St. Pete and Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital with our US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon. And we're back with our US 1035 Radiothon. It's Ryan looking for those monthly miracle makers to step up and make a difference. Here as we continue to ask for your support, 1-800-270-8642 is our number here. 1-800-270-8642, just $15 a month. We'll get you signed up as a monthly miracle maker, and you can help this hospital, this great place where we've heard such great stories here the last couple of days and for so many years, continue with research and education and making these miracles like we have here in front of us. Leilani, just 7 years old. She's ready to be a superstar here on the mic. They told us, right? Are you ready? Nope, she's going quiet. She was back there talking to everybody. We need to warm up. We need to talk to Mom a little bit. Okay, we'll talk to Mom. We're gonna come back to you though. You got to get ready. You got to think about what you're gonna tell us about the hospital. All right. Well, speaking of going back, Mom, let's go back to where it started. When you realized that something was wrong, it wasn't that you were told something was wrong. You just kind of had the feeling when you were pregnant that something wasn't right.
Yes. So we actually did not start our journey at Johns Hopkins All Children's. We started with All Children's when Leilani was about 2. We transferred. We're a military family. And they tried to send me to some other hospitals in Florida, and I had done my research, and I said, absolutely not. We're going to All Children's, and that's where we met Dr. Danielson.
What was it that struck you
born
as different? Well, it was because it was when you were pregnant, right?
Correct. So something didn't feel right. Everybody was like, no, it's the stress of your husband's deployment. And I was like, no, something's wrong with this baby. And sure enough, after she was born, she went into respiratory distress. And that's when we found out she was born with a congenital diaphragmatic hernia.
And so was it as simple as going to the hospital and saying, I don't think something's right? Can we look and something was found, or
no,
how did the whole process go?
It actually was not found until after she was born.
Oh, okay. And then you said what? Told you.
Pretty much.
I mean,
I was like, yes.
So you just something just felt off to you, though.
Yeah, something felt very off the whole pregnancy.
Okay, and then then through the pregnancy you were on bed rest, and
yes,
you came here, and then so was it just on the spot as she's born? They realized.
Yes, pretty much. It was pretty quickly after she was born. She went into respiratory distress, and she was repaired in New Hampshire the first time.
And then here she is today.
Yes. We've been with All Children since she was 2.
And then, did you move here? Was your husband relocated here and stationed here, and that's why you came here, or did you do some research and you found the hospital
so
and you luckily were able to?
My husband was
stationed
in Tampa. They tried to send us to some other hospitals. I requested to come to All Children's for her care, and that was when she was about 2 years old that we started with you guys.
And then how's the team here at All Children's?
Great. We see many specialists, but they are absolutely amazing. Leilani has a favorite. Do you want to tell him who your favorite is?
Dr. Danielson.
Why is he your favorite?
Because he saved my life.
That's a very good reason to be your favorite. Well, somebody said ask you about Dr. Danielson because rumor has it on the streets that you're a movie star with Dr. Danielson.
You can tell him what you did.
If you're watching the webcam, you can see her face. Realize, oh, they know some dirt on me. What did you guys do? I heard it was to help raise a little bit of money for All Children's here. Is that true?
So we did some operation with Dr. McGuire and Dr. Danielson.
You played. It was the game operation, right? The board game, and you guys all played it. And you got to play the game, and they made a video out of it for the hospital here, right? Mm-hmm. And was that fun? Are they going to have you back to do another video?
What else did you get to do because of the video that you always talk about?
I got a banquet.
A banquet? They threw a banquet? Oh, fun. Well, what when you said this is going to be the part where Mom tears up, what
it just gets you when she says he saved my life. It gets you.
Okay.
There's you can't hear that and not tear up.
Oh, absolutely. I thought you were talking about something in the video that
No.
Okay, absolutely. Well, Leilani, you want to be a doctor, right? After the experience you've had here and all the doctors that have helped you out and saved your life, and you got to be a part of that video, now you want to be a doctor, don't you?
Yes.
And is there a certain thing you want to be a doctor for? Is it
what
the
did you
same
tell
thing?
Dr. Danielson?
I said to Dr. Danielson that I want to take his spot.
you're gonna push him out, huh? I love that. Well, that's great. So it's stories like this, and that's the reason that we're raising money here with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Amazing fact that it started with you just thinking maybe something doesn't feel right. Some just had a gut feeling, not
Yes.
to make a joke of being pregnant or anything, but then here you come and find out the issues, and we fast forward, and All Children's Hospital has made the difference, and Leilani just doing her thing at 7 years old. She shakes her head, yes. Leilani, they told me you were going to be a superstar. You were going to have us cracking up and singing songs, and no, changed your mind a little bit. All right. All right, well, it's stories like this, and it's Leilani and it's Mom Amy here joining us and telling us about the struggles and about the way that All Children's Hospital has stepped in and just been a savior. There's so many other stories. Obviously, we've touched on some here the last couple of days and more to come, but that's the reason that we want you to step up and join us and become a monthly Miracle Maker at just $15 a month, which you can do, 1-800-270-8642. We know it's the weekend. We know you're getting started to have a little bit of fun, but before the end of the day rolls around here and before you get out of work, if you could just find a couple minutes, it's a quick, painless process. 1-800-270-8642 will make you a monthly Miracle Maker. And if you can do that before 3 o'clock, we'll get you in the running for a cool trip for the Runaway Country 3-day weekend festival. It's going to have Brad Paisley and Jason Aldean and so many others. Get you a hotel room for 3 nights and more. So we'll put you in the drawing for that if you can become a monthly Miracle Maker with us. Leilani, can you give us that phone number again if somebody can jump on the phone and help us out? And
1-800-670-8646.
I think we're close. There might have been a few extra numbers in there.
1-800.
Let me.
1-800-270-8642. 8642.
There it is. 1-800. See, that's why when you make movies, they go cut and they redo it just for stuff like that. 1-800-270-8642. If you can make a donation today, it can be a one-time donation. It can be any amount, whatever fits your budget. If you heard Leilani's story or any other story and it's compelled you to give, any amount will work. But we'd love to have you become a monthly Miracle Maker with us. $15 a month, 50 cents a day gets it done. 1-800-270-8642. We'll be back with more in St. Pete. We're at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Our US 103.5 Country Cares for Kids Radiothon continues. Our Radiothon rolls on, and looking for you to become a monthly miracle maker with us. Just 50 cents a day, $15 a month, which you can do. Help out All Children's Hospital at 1-800-270-8642. We would love to get the phones ringing right here. 1-800-270-8642. USF St. Pete Dance Marathon on the phones, and some employees here of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to take your call and get you set up as a monthly miracle maker. It's Friday going into the weekend, maybe some holiday shopping, but if you could spare a little bit and you want to get involved, you want to help after hearing some of these great stories that we've heard the last couple of days with All Children's Hospital. Let's get you as a monthly miracle maker. 1-800-270-8642. She's on the mic and she is ready to roll. Let's turn it over to the Autumn Show.
Say hi.
That's when they always go quiet. You say, hey, 3, 2, 1. There she is. All right. Autumn's with us, and she's just 3 years old. She's having a ball here. Mom's also with us. Misty, thanks so much for stopping by and joining us and sharing the story. We love the shirt, by the way. You guys are festive.
Thank
You've
you.
got the
Thanks
red
for having
going.
us.
She's got the reindeer. Love it. Are you ready for the holidays?
Autumn, are you ready for Santa?
Yeah, I'll get the smile a little bigger. All right. Well, Mom, let's share her story a little bit. I guess let's just start with you. When you were pregnant, you kind of felt something, noticed something different, and went to see somebody, and they said, "Well, okay, something to look at here." How did it all start? How did it all begin? Where her story picks up.
Yes. It was February 22nd, 2013, and I was 34 weeks, 2 days pregnant with Autumn. And I knew something was off that day. I hadn't felt her move since the night before, and that was very unlike her, who typically moved quite a bit in utero. So
you just thought to yourself, she's not kicking, she's not moving,
Exactly right.
Got a little worried.
Everyone at work said, that's normal when you're big pregnant. Don't worry about it. But in my gut, I knew something was wrong. So I called the doctor and went over there, and they did some monitoring. They couldn't get her to move, and her heart rate had a sinusoidal pattern. So I instantly got sent to St. Pete General, and there they ended up doing an emergency cesarean after several attempts to try to get her to move. And when she was born, she ended up coming out, and she hardly had any blood left in her body, and she was limp and kind of white gray color, and they got her going, but she had a 2 APGAR score, so she wasn't doing well. And then
what is that exactly?
Basically she had a heart rate and something else. So they test all different things, like what kind of movement. When they lift their limbs, they should, show some sort
Just
of
not
resistance,
responding
but
the way
everything
that
just went limp.
a regular newborn would. Okay.
Yeah. So next thing I know, I'm back in recovery, and I have doctors in my faces signing paperwork saying we need to take her to All Children's right away.
Did you know that was a possibility? When you felt something was wrong, you went and saw somebody, and you kind of learned what was happening. Did you know that, okay, as you're giving birth, as you're going to welcome your daughter, that there's a possibility she's going to have to be taken and rushed to a different hospital and go through, some serious stuff? Or did that kind of come as a surprise?
The entire thing came as a surprise, honestly. I had everything planned. I'm a planner. I thought I was going to have a natural birth, and I wasn't going to have a cesarean. And next thing I know, I'm getting wheeled back for a cesarean, and then all of a sudden I hear suction, I need more suction. I knew something was wrong, and then I felt like I was slipping away from myself, and so I said goodbye to my husband. Said, tell Autumn I love her, because I didn't think I was going to make it. And then when they brought her by me, I knew something was wrong with her. And then, like I said, next thing I know, doctors are in my faces saying we need to take her to All Children's. And I got to just touch her hand really quickly as she was seatbelted into the incubator with the ambulance staff to take her away. And my husband said, what do I do? I said, go. And my in-laws said, what do I do? And I said, go to the hospital with Autumn in the ambulance. And the nurse said, Misty, if you would have waited one more day, she probably would not have made it.
I was just going to say that. I see in the notes that they told you that, basically. If you waited one more day.
Correct.
The difference between making it and not making it, just 24 hours.
So, yes, I think the key takeaway is for all women when they're pregnant, no matter what anyone tells them, if you feel like something is off, just go see your doctors.
We've kind of heard that in some stories over the couple days. Not just if you're pregnant and something seems off, but if anything seems off, being younger in the age they are or whatever, just have it looked at. Even if you think it's nothing, don't brush it off.
That's exactly right.
So coming here to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, what was the first thing you noticed as you get here and you start dealing with the people here and you start kind of going through the phases of returning here and going through the process?
Well, I think for me it was a little different because I had to stay at St. Pete General since I had the cesarean, and that was a Friday, February 22nd, so I didn't get released from the hospital until Monday. So my husband would come stay with Autumn, and the family would be with Autumn. So I just kind of felt like, okay,
Right.
I'm hanging out in the
You're kinda in
hospital.
limbo for a couple
I'm
days
supposed to be a mom, but I have no baby. And then when I got out, I came over here, of course, right away, and I apologized to my husband. I said, I know you've been in hospitals the last 3 days, but I need to go see my baby. And he said, understood. Drove me right over here and came in and saw her in her incubator and instantly got emotional.
So it's called silent maternal fetal hemorrhage.
Correct.
How common or uncommon is that?
Extremely uncommon. At first, the doctors weren't sure what happened actually, and it wasn't until I was pregnant with my son Carter that I started seeing the all children's doctors across the street, and they said, we're going to look into that. We need to see what happened. And then it was one of the doctors that was also pregnant at the time that diagnosed me with the silent maternal fetal hemorrhage.
And then, Autumn, what are you drawing there? Oh, she's she's ignoring us. What are you drawing? What is it? What is it? Potato? Yeah. Oh, okay. She's drawing a potato for us. I love it. All right. So, how's Autumn today?
Autumn is great. You would never even guess that anything happened.
By looking at her, absolutely not.
The silent maternal fetal hemorrhage, they told me it was something extremely rare, and I probably wouldn't even find much on the internet about it. But just for those listening out there, what it is basically is where the blood that the mother has in her and the baby has in him or her is supposed to be separate, and there's like a pressure barrier that keeps it separate. But in these rare instances, something throws that off to where both mom and baby are sharing blood back and forth.
Wow.
And they don't know how long it took place, but that's why I didn't feel her moving anymore. She had no more blood to give me, and that's why she was limp inside.
Well, thank goodness you ended up here, and thank goodness the money that we worked to raise these couple of days, it goes towards research and it goes for care, and it's just another example of why we do it, just for stories like Autumn's here. You ready for Christmas, Autumn? Yes? We like the bow and the shirt. All right.
Yes, thank goodness. It was obviously very hard because I wasn't able to stay here overnight with her, but I was here all day, every day, the 12 days she was here. And it was reassuring knowing that when I wasn't here, that the staff, the doctors, nurses, everyone was taking, the best care of her that they could.
Absolutely. And they put a little note on the page, and somebody reminded me, said, make sure you mention that. Just bring it up that, you're related to Don Zimmer.
Correct.
When we say Autumn Zimmer and Misty Zimmer, if the Zimmer name sounds familiar from baseball.
That's right.
Coach Don Zimmer I guess I'd know him more for the Yankees, but he did some time with Tampa, didn't he?
That's correct.
Okay.
He did. Autumn is his great-granddaughter.
But somebody said, make sure you mention that. It's a great story. It's a great tie-in. So we want to mention that and say that, yep, Autumn is Don Zimmer's granddaughter, and unfortunately lost him a couple years ago. But thank you for stopping by and bringing Autumn and drawing us this fantastic potato. Let's get a picture of that potato. We want that on our website.
Thank you for having us.
Best potatoes I've seen. All right, thank you guys. It's another great story here with All Children's Hospital. It's the reason that we work these couple of days and we raise the money that we can, and that starts with you listening, with becoming a monthly Miracle Maker for just $15 a month. If you want to become one with us, you can do it right now, 1-800-270-8642. And as we just kind of talked about Autumn's story, there's so many other stories that are going to come along that are going to be similar to hers and entirely different, that they need the money for education and research. And the great staff here at All Children's Hospital, great stories that come here these couple of days. If you want to be a part in keeping it going and contributing, 1-800-270-8642. That's the number to become a monthly Miracle Maker, $15 a month. You can also do it online if you want to donate. It doesn't have to be a monthly Miracle Maker, but you can donate in any amount, 1-800-270-8642. A few more minutes to get in with our trip to the Runaway Country Festival with Jason Aldean, Michael Ray, and more. It's going to be one of those 3-day weekend festivals. We'll get you a hotel room package and tickets for the weekend. And everybody that becomes a monthly Miracle Maker here before 8 o'clock gets in the drawing for that. Weekend is coming. Before you get done with work for the day and start thinking about Christmas and all that shopping going on for the weekend, take time to call us up. Become a monthly Miracle Maker at $15 a month. Autumn, tell them to give us a call. Call us. Call us, please. Call us, please. We might put Autumn on the phone. All right. 1-800-270-8642. Become a monthly Miracle Maker with us. Our US 103.5 Cares for Kids Radiothon. We'll have more coming up from St. Pete with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
there a pen?
Oh, it is.
1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. It's Travis, and I couldn't be more thrilled to say, and Jenny.
Yay, I'm back.
You know,
just for today, a special appearance.
well, and the thing is, in all honesty, this started 9 years ago, and even though Jenny has gone back to TV, this was a thing that all of us started, and we're all very connected to, and everybody knows the importance of what we're trying to do yesterday and today. And so I'm very thankful to your bosses, and I mean, I know you always want to be a part of everything, but your schedule. I want to personally thank your bosses on the air because they had to do some maneuvering so you could be here. So.
They didn't do that much maneuvering. I worked the morning shift, and then I have to come here and work. So they didn't help me that much. But no, I'm really grateful to them for letting me come out and do this because this really does have a special place in my heart. I've always enjoyed coming out here, and there is no place I'd rather be today.
And all of us know the importance. And here's the thing. If you're new to the US 1035 family, literally every cent that we raise is going to stay right here in the community in which all of us live, in the hospital that is right here a drive away, which God forbid something ever happens. I'm hoping you never have to see this place, but if that day comes and we all think, oh, it'll never happen to us, well, if it happens, there is the best hospital in the entire planet right here where we live. And if what Jenny and I say this afternoon doesn't compel you to give and help us out, because keep in mind, All Children's didn't turn anybody away regardless of their ability to pay. In fact, the first thing that happens when you walk through the doors of All Children's, it's not, hey, where's your insurance card? It's, what's going on with Maddie? What's going on with Cole? Yesterday we were talking about his story, and we do have Maddie Price with us, who we've gotten to know you last year. You had a very touching, moving story, and I'm reminded that you've already, at the age of 16, gone through more than most people should ever go through in their entire life.
For sure.
I mean, surviving, we'll get into the story, but it really is you being physically in front of us and full of energy and full of life and, doing a heart walk, last week. That is the proof of the miracles that happen here each and every day and the exact reason that we're here. It really is. It wasn't that long ago that somebody that had been through what you've been through wouldn't have made it. And it's because years ago people gave, which led to better research, which led to cures, which led to better treatment, and that's why you're here. And you're the exact living proof of why we're doing what we're doing today. So for those of you that don't know the story, and I guess we could probably start with Mom, we all think that happens to other people. It doesn't happen to us. It happens to other people. So when it does happen to us, that moment something's wrong, let's go back to that moment and walk us through kind of, Maddie's story. We find out, we know something's not right. Let's start there.
Absolutely. So I was the last of three sisters to be pregnant. My sisters had 6 boys between them, all of them incredibly healthy. And Maddie was the last. She was the only girl, so she was the youngest and the only girl, and had a great pregnancy. And after day 1, she was born in the old Dunedin Hospital here locally. We realized very quickly, once the NICU physician came in, that Maddie had started turning blue. And again, for us, after 6 healthy nephews, we were pretty shocked. And she was quickly taken to the hospital, spent the first probably 8 weeks of her life in the hospital. She had her first of her open heart surgeries at 9 days old.
Can you imagine?
What is that like as a parent to watch your 9-day-old baby go back into surgery for open heart surgery?
It's pretty shocking. It's more than anything. You just have to put a lot of faith in your belief and really know that wherever you take your child, that they're going to have the best care. And obviously for us, over the last 16 years, the majority of her life has been spent right here at Johns Hopkins All Children's. And so that faith in your hospital becomes a part of who your family is every day.
Wow. So you just recently had your second heart transplant?
Yes.
When was that?
That was June 1st of this year.
Of this year. And
So-
look at you sitting here smiling, happy,
doing
energetic.
amazing.
This is
Yes.
unbelievable. What was that like for you to have to go through that?
Well, I didn't really remember it when I was younger, but now that I, have a great group of friends and I have this hospital that, it's like my second home, it was awesome just to know that it was going to be okay and I didn't have to worry. And it was obviously a lot of pressure and it was a lot of things that was going on, but just knowing that everyone was here, it was just amazing.
So you had a comfort level then.
Oh, yes.
That made it easier.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple heart attacks, valve replacements, God knows how many tests. And here you are. You're here. We're here. We're smiling. We've got energy. We're doing heart walks. We're designing T-shirts. That is the exact living proof of the work that this hospital does day in and day out. And that's exactly why we need to continue to give so that all children can continue to do what they do.
And Lauren is here with you. And Lauren, I understand as a child life specialist, it's your job to kind of help guide kids through this process, help them feel the comfort level that Maddie says she feels. So tell me a little bit about what you do and how you do that job.
We do so many different things, but for Maddie, it was spending a lot of time with her, just doing therapeutic interventions, whether it was her favorite was coloring and lots of colored pencils of all nature. We incorporated a program called Beads of Courage into her, which basically tells her story with beads. And did a lot of creative things and just kind of keeping her spirits up, helping her understand what's going to happen, what's happening, and just being there, supporting.
Jenny, I would tell you, Maddie was here 7 months this year. So from February to September, we were here waiting for the transplant, and then we had a couple of months of recovery. And without child life, I have to say that I wouldn't have survived, So it's for the patient, but for the families, she was an incredible comfort. And child life just really plays a big role here at the hospital to be there for the patient and the family.
Yeah, that's the other part of this care that, it's one thing to do a heart transplant or a valve replacement or whatever the treatment may be. But there's a whole nother level of care that happens here because, those are all great things and those are amazing things. But that is the different level that you get at Johns Hopkins All Children's is that there is that whole other layer that helps the parents. It also helps the patient get through it because, this isn't an easy, think about this for a second. We talk about it as if, we had a heart transplant, we replaced some valves, and we can kind of do that because, treatment has gotten to that point, but it really wasn't that long ago that what they're doing now and what Maddie's gone through wasn't a thing at all. And so we're glad you exist. We're glad you're here smiling.
Yes. Thank you.
But again, I know I sound repetitive, but it's because people gave money years ago, which allowed research to happen, treatment to happen, and that's why we have success stories like Maddie, and that's why it's so vitally important that you pick up that phone at 800-270-8642, just $15 a month. If you do it right now, we have a Bucks VIP package where you and some buddies, we'll put you in the running for this, club level seats, Bucks, Panthers, parking pass, pregame sideline credentials, pirate ship passes, autographed football. Did I mention the Bucks cheerleaders are answering the phones? Yeah. Also want to thank our friends at Clear Channel Outdoor answering the phones. So it's very important that we get those phones ringing. Every time you hear that phone ring in the background, it's literally a miracle. It's literally somebody stepping up and helping save the life of a child.
And I want to stress that it's so amazing when you walk in here and to sit here with you guys that it doesn't feel like a sad hospital environment. And the way you talk about it almost like it's a fun place to come visit. What is it like for you when you have to walk in these doors? It's not depressing. It's not sad.
It's not really at all. I'm excited to see, all the nurses that I've been with for the past almost 8 months and just to be able to see everyone that I know. It's very comforting.
Now, what's next for you? Do you have to make major changes in your life? I mean, I imagine, a lot of athletics are out the window. So maybe chorus and singing, designing.
She's good at designing.
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm not in school. I'm just doing virtual. But in January, I'm really excited to go back to Calvary. And then I actually may be able to start athletics. I could maybe do like a little bit of lacrosse or a little bit of soccer, but it's obviously minimal and I can't, do the full game, but I can do a little bit or just sit on the sideline. So I'm very excited to go back and start something new.
That's pretty amazing. You know, years ago, someone had a heart transplant, and it was pretty much a sedentary life. I mean, you weren't going to get to do hardly anything. And now,
assuming you survive,
yeah.
by the way.
And now, not only have you been through 2, but you're talking about doing athletics next year, and that's just incredible. And I think it's a testimony to the wonderful, amazing work that Johns Hopkins All Children's does, and that your money is helping pay for. It is making changes. Over the past 9 years, major changes have been made since we've been doing this radiothon.
It's decision time. Are you the person that's going to pick up the phone and guarantee that kids continue to get saved? Or are you just going to keep driving down the road and go about your life and take things for granted? That's what we're about to find out. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 1035.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are a lot of parents pacing the halls of the neonatal intensive care unit here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital that they don't know. They would give anything in the world to just be home on Christmas. And most of them, that's not going to be the case. And most of them are just hoping, could I just get back to my normal life, the life that you and Jenny and I totally take for granted. You're probably stuck in traffic right now, or you're getting to wrap things up on this finally Friday, and you're so stressed about the paperwork or the project that's due or the boss that's riding your tail. And these parents who have life in perspective are pacing the halls going, man, I just want my kid to live. They're not worrying about any of the stress I just described to you. They're not worrying about the things that Jenny and I probably stressed about today on our way into the radiothon. They're worrying about whether their kid is going to live. And that's why it is so vitally important that you pick up the phone and help us. Money leads to research, which leads to treatment, which leads to little girls like we were just talking a few minutes ago. I'm still floored by this because as you get to know these patients, you're always so happy.
Like Maddie.
When you get to see Maddie, who last year we formed a relationship with, and we really spent a lot of time with her. And then, each year it's like, all right, I'm so glad things are going good. And she's had multiple heart attacks and a heart transplant. And
Less
she's
than
here.
6 months ago had a
And
heart
she's here.
transplant.
And she's here walking around.
And talking about doing some light athletics next year. That is crazy to me.
Cole yesterday, a 13-year-old, and that one really got me, because my kid is 13, as yours is a teenager as well, one of yours, and just looking at him, he was running around, everything was fine, brain tumor, life stops, very sobering moment, treatment at All Children's, cancer-free. But it's because people gave, and that's why it's so vitally important that you pick up the phone. We're not trying to be dramatic. You really can save a life by picking up that phone. And it's so important that we raise the money and hit the goals that we came here to do today. And I'm begging and imploring you to help us out. 1-800-270-8642. It takes a lot of people to put together a radiothon like this, and I'm very excited about what Jenny's about to say.
Yeah, we want to thank our friends at Phase 3 Star LLC, doing business as Hardee's, and all of their customers for the generous gift of $14,392. Your organization can help us out. You can help us out. Join us in supporting Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Easy to do. Just pick up the phone, and a Bucks cheerleader will probably answer the phone for you, and you'll get to talk to them. And it only takes just a couple of minutes. It's a really quick process.
We have a really cool Bucks VIP package up for grabs, too, by the way. I mean, you should want to save the life of a child. However, incentivization, is that a word? Incentivization?
Yeah, we'll take it.
We'll put you in the running for a Bucks VIP package. And like we said, the Bucks cheerleaders are answering the phones right now, as are the fine folks from Clear Channel Outdoor. One winner will receive club-level tickets, 4 of them. Bucks-Panthers game, parking pass, pregame sideline credentials. You get to be down on the field, pirate ship passes, autographed football. We'll put you in the running for that. We've got 25 more minutes on that, and we're probably about 20 or so people short of our goal. So we just need 20 more before 4 o'clock at 800-270-8642. I'd sure hate to think that our first hour on the air today, Jenny, that we're like, we didn't come close to hitting our goal, and we're 20 off right now.
That would not look good for me.
Or me either. 1-800-270-8642. I mean, really, I'm
going to start texting my friends now.
we truly do need your help. We need 20 more before 4 o'clock. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642.
There we go.
We're going to play Keith Urban as you light up the phones on US 1035. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. It's Travis and Jenny. We really need your help today. It's not but 2 days a year that we really ask you for help. And there's probably not anything that you can do that's more important than picking up that phone. And there's nothing probably that's easier than picking up that phone and doing so much good. We can literally process you in about 2.5 minutes. It doesn't take any time at all.
That's super quick.
1-800-270-8642. We still need to get 15 more Miracle Makers in the next 15 minutes or so. If you call right now, we can still put you in the running for that Bucks VIP package. We're talking 4 club-level tickets, Bucks Panthers, parking pass, pregame sideline credentials, pirate ship passes, autographed football. Not only are our friends from Clear Channel Outdoor on the phones, but the Bucks cheerleaders are on the phones.
Yes, they are.
As well. Maybe perhaps Adrina's story will compel you to call and give on behalf of your healthy child. I can't even imagine. I was reading. I can't imagine. You're all excited. We're having a baby. We've got a baby. Everything's good. Uh-oh.
When she was first born, everything was perfect. She was nursing great. And then we heard a heart murmur, which is common in newborns. And then at 3 days old, they did an echo, and they found out that she had a congenital heart defect. And then she was transported from St. Pete General to All Children's, where she had open heart surgery at 8 days old.
What's that like?
It was very, very intense and shocking. We were ready to bring our baby home, and then all of a sudden they said, "No, you're not bringing her home. She's going home or to the hospital in an ambulance." And we had to follow behind the ambulance to the hospital. I've always heard of All Children's, but we never had anyone involved with the hospital, so it was the first time for us walking through these doors. My husband and I are both in medical field, and so it was very, very shocking. We've heard of heart defects, but we just didn't know that you could be the 1 in 100 that...
You never thought it would happen to you?
Yeah, we never thought.
Audrina, how old are you?
6.
Yeah. Do you know how to pronounce what's wrong, what you have? Do you know what the name of it is?
I'm like
'Cause I don't think I can pronounce it.
I'm just telling you right now.
What is it?
Heart defect?
Yeah. So, and it's called something, what is it? Truncus? What you could say?
Truncus arteriosus, which
Okay.
means that she has one common trunk. The pulmonary artery and aorta never split. So she has one trunk. So essentially the doctors had to create a new trunk with a conduit, which is a human donor part that she has now. That part does not grow with her. And when she was 4 years old, we found out that she needed a new part. And we were able to come back here to All Children's, and we had a very successful surgery. But she's grown so much, and she's so tall that now, 2 years later, we found out that she needed another part. And we're very, very lucky that the doctors here have been working with some very innovative technologies, and she was able to receive the Melody valve. And instead of having open heart surgery, she was able to go through a cath through the leg and have the new valve installed.
Because of the new technology.
Because of the new technology, because of our doctors, Dr. Stapleton and the Heart Institute here. We did not have to travel out of state or anywhere else to have this brand new innovative technology. And she's actually one of the smallest people to actually get it. And it was a great success.
And that is because of every one of you sitting out there right now. Some of you are rushing your kids to the next athletic event or practice or getting home from school and just going through the rush. But every person that has donated has made this possible, has made it possible for her not to have to go through another open heart surgery. Every dollar that gets donated here, it makes that new technology possible. It brings the great doctors here to Johns Hopkins All Children's because it's just an amazing place.
It sounds dramatic and exaggerated, but it really isn't. I mean, your $15, my $15, it all adds up. And what it leads to is better treatment, which in turn saves lives. The reason that Adrina is right here in front of us and full of energy and couldn't be more beautiful is because people gave, which led to research, which led to treatment. And now we have a new technology which makes it so that she doesn't have to have a full-blown heart surgery again. I mean, I can't even, 6 years old, she's supposed to be running around the yard and, playing princess or, what are some of your favorite things to do? Because these are the things you're supposed to be doing, not, hanging out at the hospital. What are some of your favorite things to do, like when you're having fun?
When I go in the pool on Saturdays with my daddy, I play mermaids.
You play mermaids at the pool with your dad? That sounds fun.
See, that's the sort of stuff kids are supposed to be doing, not open heart surgery.
And it's amazing that she can do that.
She's a very good swimmer, and she does ballet, gymnastics, tumbling. She's so active, more active than my other daughter that's heart healthy. She is up from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day, and it's all because of All Children's and the doctors here.
What an inspiration, I mean, you would never guess. I mean, she's full of life and just,
I think one of the things that's interesting is every parent that sits down here never thinks it's going to happen to them. So if you're driving in your car and if you have a son or daughter, niece or nephew, grandchild, it could happen to you. It does and it could. And so this is like your insurance when you call in and when you donate, because you're making sure you have the best hospital and the best doctors for the children in this community.
They don't turn anybody away regardless of their ability to pay. Every single nickel is going to stay here. Rachel, maybe you have some words for those that are in their car right now on the fence, because we all think it'll never happen to us.
Well, even with my other daughter, who is heart healthy, she bumped her head a month ago, and we tried to put it off, and then she was acting kind of funny, and I said, where do I bring her? Because I wanted her to get a checkup. I brought her right here, and there was no wait in the ER waiting room. She had the best care. Everything was fine, but it's just so awesome that we have this in our backyard, and I don't think people do realize that we are so fortunate to have such a wonderful hospital right here, from minor things to major things. They're here for our children, and they treat us so well. The nurses, the doctors, it's just a wonderful place. And even the look of the hospital. Adrina still loves coming here. She gets excited, and she said, this is my hospital every time she walks in the door, and she just loves it. Even after everything she's been through here, she gets excited to come here.
This is everyone's hospital. This is all of our kids' hospital. This is where, and I think that's a great point. We talk about some of the most major cases and what they're doing, but the minor things, like a bump on the head when you're concerned and you just don't know, this is the place you bring them.
Yeah, and here's the good news, is that the money you give, you know where it's going. It's going right here to help your neighbors, your friends, your family. It stays right here in our community so that this hospital, in case you ever need it, just a drive away, it's all right here. Mm-hmm. But we really do need your help. 1-800-270-8642. We've got about 7 minutes left, and we're about 10 shy of our goal for this hour. 1-800-270-8642. We need 10 more in the next 7 minutes, and we'll still put you in the running for that amazing Bucks VIP package. The Bucks cheerleaders will be hanging out for a few more minutes. So if you call right now, chances are you're going to be on the phone with the Bucks cheerleader.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
1-800-270-8642. We only need about 10 more of you. I have to think there's 10 people listening that are part of our US 1035 family that want to help us not only reach our goal, but save the life of a child.
There, I'm hearing the phone ring.
1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. Adrina, it is very nice to see you today. I'm glad that you're healthy and running around and things are great. And I know that you've been sitting here very patiently, probably going, Mom, how long till we can get out of this scene so I can go play mermaids?
And that's tomorrow. You get to go swimming and play mermaids with Dad, right? On Saturdays? Are you looking forward to that? Yeah.
All right, we got shy. So thank you for spending some time. I know it's not an easy thing to relive some of the stuff that you've been through. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. I'm told we only need 4 or 5 more. 4 more. 1-800-270-8642. Quick break. We'll be right back from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 1035. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. I'm so glad you're here. My wife last night was asking if you were going to be on with us today. You know what's crazy? Before we get into this new story, do you remember when we met this first family?
Yeah, actually I do.
You were pulling the triplets around like in a little wagon.
Yeah.
And yet here we are, like you're a foot bigger, each of you. That's unbelievable.
They were getting big. The first year we were on, they were actually in the NICU, and then the next year we brought them in the big red wagon. So, yeah, they're running around like crazy now.
Oh, my gosh. And you know what I love? Everybody that comes and sits at this table, there's so many good stories. There's so many success stories. And this is what's so great about it, to see so many smiling, happy kids that sit in front of us to talk about, all the wonderful things that happen here at All Children. So tell us about the triplets here. We have
Hayden, Hunter, Hannah.
Hayden, Hunter, and Hannah. So tell us their story.
Yeah, let me start off. Over the last 2 days, we've been listening to all these stories, and I don't know how we compete with some of this stuff because we have had just a tremendous success. They're excellent kids growing like weeds, so we're really excited and lucky.
I want the earphone.
So they're triplets, and they were premature.
They were born at 26 weeks, and we knew they were going to come early, not that early. And they spent about almost 4 months here.
What's your name?
Hunter.
Say hi, it's Hunter.
So it was a lot of ups and downs on ventilators, blood transfusions. It was touch and go.
Hello.
This doesn't look like it's any work at all, by the way. This looks like it's a totally easy scenario.
Piece of cake, nothing to it.
Yes.
Do you want some candy? I don't think you're awake enough. You want some candy?
Coffee, bud?
Yeah, I want some candy.
All right, I'll get you some candy. I'll make you a deal. If you let mom tell the story, I'll go get you all the candy you want at that counter over there. Is that a deal?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right. So, 26 weeks is early. For people that don't realize, they're not their lungs aren't fully developed
Their lungs aren't developed. Their skin, we were told not to,
we couldn't
touch
them. We couldn't hold them.
Rub their skin.
Your new baby. Can't touch it.
At their lowest weight, I think they were all about 1 pound, 8 ounces, 1 pound, 6 ounces. So
yeah, they would fit inside of this tissue box. They were little.
That small.
Mm-hmm.
And to see them today. Now, do you come back here regularly for checkups and things like that, or do you have to come back?
They were getting some speech and physical therapy and occupational therapy, but we're pretty much done. We were Hayden was here this week for in the Heart Institute to get some tests done, but other than that, they're pretty healthy and they're doing
Yeah, you would never know from looking at what's going on in front of me.
And Julie comes back by as well to volunteer. She works with some of the moms that have other kids in the NICU and other areas of the hospital, just so they have somebody that they know has gone through what similar things that they're going through. And it's nice to have that personal touch.
Yeah, because right now there's 80 kids in the neonatal intensive care unit above us.
80 kids.
And we want all 80 of those kids to be as energetic as these three.
Absolutely. Which is the exact reason you need to pick up the phone and help us right now.
Yeah, we didn't know they'd get to this point. We were...
We can't be the only parents going through this. Come on.
They are adorable.
Do you want to tell them what you think about the hospital?
Hi, who's there?
Who's there?
Hello. Daddy. We love the hospital when we were a baby.
This was our home. For about 4 months we were here. 114 days they were here, and all came home on the same day. It was just an amazing feeling. But had this place not been around, there would be no chance.
Well, that 114 days must have been 114 years, man.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, we were awfully close to losing one in utero and almost lost another one after birth. So again, tremendous success story. Very, very fortunate, but a lot of kids have not been as fortunate, and maybe we would have been those as well had people not reached out and pledged and donated to this.
And this is, another example of the miracle that.
Oh, this is awesome. Are you guys excited for Christmas?
Hello.
Are you excited for Christmas? Yeah?
Why do we have Christmas? To celebrate
We
Jesus?
we
Yes.
love
Jesus was born when it's Christmas.
Yes. This is great. While they talk, we'll give you the phone number 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. I'm telling you, your donations make it possible for these three to be here, 4 years old now, energetic, singing, happy. I mean, they are the happiest kids, and I love seeing this.
And it's because people gave. It wasn't that long ago. There was no way a situation like this that, the kids would have made it. But because better research, better treatment, that's why all three of these beautiful children are healthy and bouncing around and full of more life than, I wish I had a tenth of their energy, you know what I mean? But it's because somebody just like you in their car hopped on the phone and gave and helped us out. And this is exactly why we're here.
Yeah, and it may not take a lot. $10 would be an excellent donation. You'd be shocked at how far that really goes, but add another zero.
All of it adds up. All of it adds up.
You get the tax write-off. You don't get that on your fantasy football, I can tell you that.
And the thing is, we were, Ginny and I were talking about this. I know times are tight. We're all living paycheck to paycheck, but $15 a month, for me, it was 3 less of those expensive coffees a month. For Ben, it's 1 less 12-pack a month.
Hey, he already gave up his razors. That money better be coming here.
So, the truth is...
Travis, I heard you yesterday, by the way, and if I just give up 1 Botox treatment a year, then...
That's right. That's right. I wasn't sure if you heard that or not. But the thing is, you're literally saving the life of a child, and that's why we have these success stories in front of us, and you can create success stories for the future. Those 80 sets of parents that have babies in the neonatal intensive care unit here at the hospital, this is you giving the gift to them. This is you giving the gift of life to a parent. Do it on behalf of your healthy children. I know a lot of people will give a donation and they'll do it in someone else's name, and that'll be their Christmas gift. I can't think of a better gift than the life of a child. But it's go time. We're down to our last few hours, and we absolutely have to hit our goals. So I'm hoping that you'll hop on the phone at 800-270-8642 and help us out. 1-800-270-8642. If you do it right now, we're going to put everybody in the running that helps us out. There's a trip to go to The Voice to watch. I've never been to a taping of The Voice, but they say it's a really cool experience. Most popular television show on TV. You'll fly out to L.A., get to see a Voice taping, a couple nights hotel, wave at Blake Shelton. Cool experience. We'll put you in the running for that. But more importantly, you'll be giving the gift of life and saving a child. Every single penny stays here in the neighborhood that you and I and Jenny and these beautiful children live. Every single nickel stays right here at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. They never turn anybody away, regardless of their ability to pay.
Yeah, call 1-800-270-8642. It only takes a couple of minutes to get processed, so it's not a big, long, involved thing. You can also go online to us1035.com, and you can become a monthly Miracle Maker. It's just $15 a month, and really, that's 50 cents a day. That's less than the cost of a soda. You go to the pop machine, you're going to spend $1 or $1.25, even $1.50, but for 50 cents a day, you can be saving a child's life. So 1-800-270-8642. Thank you guys for coming in.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you having us. You guys do a wonderful
I
job.
promise if you saw these children running around, you would be like, this is amazing. All right. We're going to...
I think he's going for your job.
Yeah, can you say call now?
No.
Call now.
Tell me.
1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. We need 30 more before we get to 5 o'clock to stay on pace. I have to think there's 30 people that want to help us out. 1-800-270-8642. As we fire up the phones, thank you to the good folks at the Marriott for manning the phones this hour. We also have more Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees and volunteers that are on our phones. And every time you hear that phone ring in the background, it's literally somebody helping us make a miracle. 1-800-270-8642. As you light up the phones, we're going to play Dustin Lynch as we continue live from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on Tampa Bay's New Country Leader, US 1035. Oh, my goodness. How much energy do these kids have? Grab them now?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
What about the friend that you were going to try standing?
Yeah, let's grab them now. Like,
You want me to film now?
yeah. Well, Ryan knows. He said. Okay. Yeah, we're ready here.
Okay, that's what
I was just we're gonna do a
Talking
speed
to him.
break and then you're done.
She works till 5, so I just text her. Save your phone battery, though. Call Lisa and see if she can get you. Okay? And when you get home, you can always go to Miss Becky's house next door and see if they have phone chargers. So you can charge them. You should always have a phone.
Hey, good to see you again. How are you?
Nice to see you.
You too. You too.
I tweeted to you today we'd be here.
Oh, did you? I haven't. Not as up on my phone as I
You know,
Well, you know what? You were doing a show.
at least you can hear you, okay? You good? Okay. All right, bye.
1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642 is our phone number. It's Travis and Jenny. I'm hoping that you'll pick up that phone and help us out. If the words that come out of Jenny and I's mouth do not compel you to give, perhaps after we talk to Devon. You know, I know that we met you last year, Devon, and I'm always amazed at the strength of kids. Because at 12 years old, when you go through something that like you've gone through, I'm always not sure whether you even know how enormous this thing is that you've gone through and how amazing it is that here you are and we're sitting here talking and everything's cool. And I mean, I'm always amazed at the strength and resilience of children. And I guess not such a child at 12 years old, but nobody should go through what you've already been through. And yet here you are. How are we feeling these? All right?
Uh-huh.
You're in school, middle school. Where at?
Palm Harbor Middle.
Yeah.
Let me refresh everybody's memory on Devon's story. June of 2014. Well, actually, Dad, can we start with you?
Sure.
Take us back to the moment where you know something is not right.
Late May, early June 2014, she started having headaches, and she never complained about anything. And they just didn't go away. I mean, she always said she had a headache for days and days and days. Went to the doctor, her primary care doctor, and she said, we had just moved to Florida 6 months before that, and she said, it's getting hot. Sometimes kids get headaches when it gets hot. So
They dehydrate quickly.
Dehydrate,
Yeah, that's what I always tell my daughter when she has a headache. Drink some water.
Yeah. So that went on for about a week or two, and then we were going to go to Disney World. Grandma and Grandpa came to visit. She threw up that morning. Well, she's excited about Disney World.
Right.
We got to Disney World. She threw up a few more times there. We went back to the doctor, and she said, that's still something that might have to do with the heat.
Okay.
She and I were on a bike ride about a week later. We were stopping at a stop sign. She says, Daddy, I see two of you.
Okay, that's where we know there's a problem.
Back to the doctor. She said, MRI.
Yeah.
2 hours later, we get a call. Says, your baby girl's got a brain tumor. All Children's Hospital is waiting for you.
What was that phone call like? I mean,
the phone call was, come see us at the hospital,
Yeah.
at the clinic. And we knew they weren't saying it was all clear.
Yeah.
So my wife and I went there, and 20 minutes later, we pulled into the emergency room here, and she had surgery next morning.
And since then, we've got 3 surgeries and 30 radiation treatments, and but still, Devon's here.
Yes.
I mean, that's the good news. Devon's here.
And 4 rounds of chemo.
I mean, it's amazing, right?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we wouldn't have a success story like this.
No.
And I know I hate to be repetitive, but it's because years ago, people were kind enough to give, which led to more research, which led to better treatments, which in turn allows kids like Devon to be sitting right here telling their stories.
Devon, do you remember what all this was like when you found out that you had a brain tumor and that you were going to have to keep coming back to the hospital? What was that like for you?
Kind of tiring having to come back and forth, but I like coming back because I see all the nice doctors and nurses that helped me so much.
Mm-hmm. Was it scary at times?
Sometimes, but I knew I was going to make it through.
And so we're cancer-free now, which is an amazing thing. I mean, when you think about everything you've been through, and it is definitely a journey, but at least today we get to say cancer-free. I bet your dad can, but I'm not sure at the age of 12 you can totally grasp like the enormity and how amazing this is. But now that we're cancer-free, I imagine we come back every once in a while for some sort of checkup or something, don't we?
We do MRIs about every 6 months. We're going to do one next month. And she's actually been doing some growth hormones. She didn't grow at all the year after she finished her treatments. Didn't grow an inch. Gained some weight back. She went from 75 to 59 pounds through this whole ordeal. I can lose 16 pounds. Nobody cares.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Devon, that's a difference.
Yeah.
She's got all that back, but she didn't grow, so she's been doing some growth hormones and gained an inch since Labor Day.
Very
Wow.
good.
Wow. That's fantastic.
What kinds of things do you do at school? What kinds of activities do you participate in?
In lots of my classes, all of my classes, we do like projects. Like in science today, we did a thing with the board and ropes connected to it on all sides. Put a plastic cup on it and the cup stayed on. We went upside down and it still stayed.
Oh, wow. So you like science?
Yeah.
What's your favorite subject?
Art, but
Very good artist.
So you like to draw? Cool.
It's amazing to me that you're like amazed by that while we're sitting here going, brain surgeries and 30 radiation treatments and 4 rounds of chemo, and you're sitting here and you're amazed by the cup in the water, huh? Really? Really?
Hey, they spun it around and it didn't spill. I'm pretty
Yes.
amazed by that too.
and
Come on.
stuck to the board.
Yeah.
If you could tell our listeners one of the reasons you think they should pick up the phone, what would you say, Devon, to the people that are listening right now?
I guess I would say, if you have a child, always keep an eye on them, because when you're like a teenager, kids might take pills. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
but why do you like all children's?
oh, they
That's
take
a whole
care
nother
of-
problem we
they-
got to solve. Today we're here to solve something else.
She
But
had a
I'm with
health-
you.
she
We
had a
got to
health
solve that one
class
too.
today.
We got to solve that one too, dear.
All Children's Hospital is the greatest hospital I've ever been to. They treat the patients like royalty here.
Wow.
They just make sure you're all right. They come in like every hour or so to make sure you're
They wake you
right.
up, don't they?
Yes, at night a lot of times they have to wake you up to give you or check your blood pressure or something, but it's just so nice here at All Children's Hospital.
And you just never know. I mean, we're on a bike ride, and all of a sudden, I hear that and thinking our life might change.
Well, because we all think that happens to somebody else. That ain't going to happen to me.
It always did.
That's somebody
Yeah.
else. That's not me.
Yeah.
It's not me.
The one thing that we hear consistently from parents and children is that it's a wonderful place. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is a wonderful place to come to be. They treat you like family, and I think it was a glowing recommendation. They treat you like royalty here, and I think part of that is because of all of the donations. Not only do they have wonderful treatment, great technology, new advances. Not only is every dime going to the wonderful staff and doctors and nurses that make you feel like family. Every penny counts to give children that atmosphere when they come here.
And Devon herself's been involved in a couple fundraisers. We did one with a restaurant in Safety Harbor, raised $5,000 for all children.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
She's done some few other things. She was just at a 5K run last week that raised some money. She got to hold the big golf check for everybody.
Yeah, and that restaurant's name was Poblanos.
Oh.
Yeah, just
Well, that's
Well,
all
that's
right.
important.
That's all right.
Yeah, they helped you raise a lot of money. That's awesome.
I mean, the one thing I've said, and I said it last year too, Travis, you might remember, is that I said, when we were here, we thought we were the only patients here.
Yeah.
The way they treat you, you thought they were here just for us. We know there were a lot of things going on, but we felt like we were the only people in the hospital, and they were there to watch us.
Help more kids like Devon become the miracles that are cancer-free. You want to pick up the phone? Will you help us? 800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. This is your chance to really do something good and to do something that really matters. And I got to be honest, Jenny, it's not too often in my life anyway, I've been able to do something that mattered. This is something that really matters.
If you want to turn your day around, if you've had a bad day, a bad week, maybe a bad month, if you want to turn it around, just think about everything these families have been through. And maybe it's not that bad. And when you pick up that phone and you make that donation, your heart's going to feel good. It's going to make a change inside you that's going to make you smile and feel good about something that you've done. It's going to turn everything around.
You're going to give the gift of life to another parent. That, by the way, is right here in your neighborhood. Every single cent we raise stays right here where you and I live, where Jenny lives, within driving distance, the best hospital on the planet. But we really need your help. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. If you call now, we've still got a few minutes. We can get you till 5:30. We can still get you in the running for that voice trip. One winner and their guest flying to L.A. for a taping of The Voice, which is an awesome experience. So we call upon the Blake Shelton fans. We need to get 25 more before 5:30. I have to think there's 25 of you listening that will help us save the life of a child. Again, the phone number is 800-270-8642. Did you want to say something, Devon? I don't want to.
Yeah. I just want to say, if your kid has something that they say is not going away, go to a hospital, old children's hospital, for an MRI just to make sure there is.
Listen to your kids. I think that's a good. I think that's a good message. Listen to your kids. Don't just say, "Oh, it's no big deal." I mean, maybe that headache is more than just, "Oh, you're dehydrated. Drink a glass of water." So
It was out of the ordinary and for her, and it
Yeah.
ended up being this.
As I've gotten to know your dad, I couldn't be happier to see you here today, Devon. I really couldn't.
1-800-270-8642. This is your chance to pick up the phone, to turn around your day, to turn around your week, to really feel good about something that you've done today.
We need 25 more before 5:30. 800-270-8642 as you fire up the phones. Thank you again to our volunteers from Marriott. We also have John Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees and volunteers on the phones as well. 1-800-270-8642. As you make your way home, it's Blake Shelton on US 103.5, Tampa Bay's new country leader, as we continue from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Again, dear. Thank you. If you were listening a few minutes ago, we had Devon on, who is a little girl that we've gotten to know rather well in the last year. In fact, her dad worked in radio for a long time.
Yeah.
And so there's a big connection there, and I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that at 12 years old, and it's just one of the many stories, but 3 surgeries, 30 radiation treatments, 4 rounds of chemo. You think about Cole yesterday, who after all these treatments, he's cancer-free, Devon's cancer-free, and all of that. The reason these kids, I know this sounds like dramatic, but the reason these kids get to live is because somebody just like you listening gave money.
9 years ago when we started this, those first monthly Miracle Makers really did make some miracles for the kids that we're talking to today. So you can be that person for the kids tomorrow and next year and for the next 10 years.
And the success rate really is amazing. And we have so many success stories, and we're getting to see so many of these kids grow up. I mean, if you saw the pictures, the triplets that were on less than an hour ago, we've really fallen in love with that family because we admire their strength, because those kids have so much energy. But if you saw the pictures of how small those kids were when they were first born, I mean, you're not supposed to be able to hold your brand new baby in the palm of your hand. You're just not.
A tissue
You're
box.
Not.
Picture a tissue box. They could fit in a tissue box. The dad just said, I mean, that's...
And now, if we didn't tell you the background on those kids and you saw them in the hallway running around, in a million years, you wouldn't guess there was ever anything that was wrong with them.
I think it's really important, too, that people understand and that we stress that every dime you give stays here in this community. It goes to all of the kids in your neighborhood and the kids in your town and your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren, your friends' kids. They can all come here. And because all that money that you're giving right now stays here at All Children's right in your backyard.
I hope you never have to come here, but I'll tell you, I have comfort in knowing that whether it's a broken arm or cancer or a tumor, if anything ever happens to anybody I know or even, my family, within driving distance, we have one of the best hospitals in the entire planet. In fact, Johns Hopkins is one of the largest cancer programs in the southeastern U.S. So when you give and the research that is done here, your money stays here and the research is done here, and it absolutely benefits us, but you're benefiting everybody. They share that with everybody, and it really is one of the better programs in the entire world, and there's not anything better you could do this holiday season than to give and help save the life of a kid, and I'm hoping that through these inspirational stories of these families that that's exactly what you're going to do right now. We need about, last count, 18 more by 5:30. I think that should
we can do that. That's
an
doable.
easy thing to do. 1-800-270-8642. I need 18 more of you. If you call right now, we can put you in the running for the trip to fly out to L.A. and see a taping of The Voice, Blake Shelton, which I've never been to a TV taping, but that sounds like a cool thing to do.
I've been to The Price is Right, but I don't think it's quite like The Voice.
Of course you have. 1-800-270-8642. In all seriousness, we really need your help. 1-800-270. Quick break, and we'll be right back from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 1035.
Check, 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 check.
1-800-270-8642, 1-800-270-8642. We have 15 more minutes to get you in the running for the voice trip, and we only need about 15 more people to stay on pace for our goal, so that works out perfectly. That's just 1 minute. I feel like we can do that.
I think we can do that. 1-800-270-8642. If you've been thinking about it, if you've been on the fence, now's the time. Dial the number.
And now, the thing that I also love about the Radiothon is there's a lot of inspirational stories from families, but there's also, you really find out which businesses in the community step up and help the community of which they live. They step up and help the community in which their employees live and work. And one of our absolute best partners is vpac. In fact, their employees are on the phones right now. That's as you call and make your donation, that's who you'll be talking to. We have Michael, who's their president, and Janet, who's their vice president of human resources, and we're going to spend a few minutes and talk about vpac, which not only does that provide a lot of jobs for our community, but you're involved in a lot of things within the community, which I love about vpac.
Well, thank you. You know, this is one of the highlights of the year for us. So we're involved in a lot of stuff. We do it all year long, but, you know, it is just so great to be here helping this cause and helping this great hospital and the kids in the community.
It's kind of fun, though, to get the employees together and answer some phones, right? I mean, you're involved in a million things, but
it is. We were excited to be here. We, down there, they do a little bit of training before you come up here, and we're all leaning forward. We're all excited. We're happy to be here.
So tell us a little bit about vpac. All I know about it is that I get really excited when I get my big pack of coupons in the mail.
Well, excellent. Thank you. And we hope you use those coupons.
Excited. Yes. Yeah, I'm like, oh, yay.
We are in communities all across the country, about 170 communities with that blue envelope, and we're a network of franchisees who are out there serving their neighborhoods, helping small businesses grow. And that's what we do. That's what we do here in Tampa Bay, and that's what we do all across the country.
Although as excited as I get about the blue envelope, it always leads to some sort of, hey, you know what we need to do? And I'm like, I thought we were going to relax this Saturday. I mean,
no.
it is full of great things, but
Yes.
it always leads to like a list for me because my wife will go through it and go, hey, we need to do this. Hey, look what else is 20% off. And you go, oh, man.
Well, and
I was going to watch football this weekend. Now we're cleaning carpets and scheduling stuff. You know?
And you're right. I do love that it really supports small business and helps small businesses grow in the community. Small businesses that will eventually become bigger businesses and help out causes like this and give back to the community that gave so much to them.
Well, those kind of businesses really are the fabric of our communities, and that's what makes it special. It would be pretty boring if every business was a chain store and they looked the same, every community all across America. And so we focus hard on making sure that the small pizza shop and the local attraction gets the visibility they need.
Which that's some of the best food you'll ever eat. Like some of the, especially in Tampa, man, the local businesses in Tampa is some of the best stuff you will ever eat.
Janet, this is your third year with taking part in Radiothon. Why come back each year?
Because All Children's is a place where miracles occur every day. And we want our employees to experience that connection that we have with All Children's. All Children's and vpac are very much aligned. The way that All Children's gives back to the community, it's great to have our employees see this. And we also like to be here these last 2 hours and get these phones ringing because All Children's not only takes care of its patients, but they also do so much for patient advocacy and research, and these dollars are needed. And I've been at All Children's for a long time, and I know how much they connect with their community, and that's really what vpac is aligned for too, giving and growing.
Good partnership.
Absolutely.
And Michael and Janet from vpac have brought an enormous donation of $5,000 today, which is huge. I mean, that's outstanding, and I that money goes further than people are going to even realize. I mean, that is just beyond awesome, Michael.
Well, thank you, and
maybe we should.
Well, why don't we? Go ahead. You say.
I don't know what's going on over
I don't know.
Right.
We came to a screeching
Right.
halt. See, I was thanking them for the $5,000.
This place is really
people were
exciting
clapping.
and it's motivating and
And the phones just aren't lighting up enough right now,
yeah,
so.
So we're going to do a dangerous thing, and that is make stuff up as we go along. So, Janet, what are you thinking?
So we've got a wild hair that maybe we should give another $5,000
As a match.
As a match. So for
So
the next
say,
2
if we
hours,
get those
vpac will
phones
match
going,
an additional $5,000.
Get the vpac folks who are on the phone working a little harder.
Oh, wow,
We
that's
want
awesome.
to match that money that comes in. So if you're out there and you're thinking about calling, now's the time to make your money go further. So please call now.
So now if you're going to make a $20 donation, it's 40. If you're going to become a monthly miracle maker for $15 a month, it's 30. If you make a $50 donation, it's 100. Your money counts twice as much thanks to the good folks at Valpak.
1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. Let's make those phones ring because it really, really counts. We need these last 2 hours to really come through. Because what do we need? We need about
We only
15
need like
more?
15 more, and we've
Yeah.
got 11 minutes. We just told you, I mean, Valpak is going. There's never been the last couple of days. I mean, the reason those kids are in front of us, living, breathing, running around, some of them making so much noise that you couldn't. But the reason they're here is because someone just like you took the 2 minutes it takes to hop on the phone and process, and you literally saved the life of a kid. That money goes to research, which goes to better treatment, which gets more kids getting to live. It's really that simple.
1-800-270-8642. If you're driving and you can pull over somewhere real quick, pull into a parking lot, stop, dial that number. 2.5 minutes later, you'll be back on your way, and you will feel good. It feels good when you donate, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's the best. This is the best place.
I'm glad that you guys got a wild hair and stopped things. I didn't quite know what was going on over there, but
Well, I wasn't either. But
I guess you can do those things when you're president. You can just go, you know what we're doing? Here we go,
Well, I can't think of a better time to do it is right now in the last 2 hours of this radiothon. You all have worked so hard. Staff here at All Children's has worked so hard. It's time to make it count.
Let's save some lives of some kids. You want to?
Let's do it.
Every time you hear that phone ring, it's literally somebody saving the life of a child, and I'm hoping that you're compelled to do so now. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. We'll take a quick break. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Janet. It means more than we can tell you.
Thank you, guys.
The good folks at Valpak are manning the phones now. 1-800-270-8642. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on US 1035.
More time on that, but just I want to go over quickly what it means that it's real Johns Hopkins all children. I don't want to get boring about it, but I just think it's important for people to understand.
We have the fine people from Valpac manning our phones right now, standing by to take your call. 1-800-270-8642, 800-270-8642, 8642.
They're also matching.
8642.
They're also matching your donation. The fine folks from Valpac. So now's the time to double your money.
I love when Michael comes on the air with us because he just does whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's great.
Like when you're running the joint, you can be like, oh, okay, cool, we'll match everybody. So that's cool. I love that about him. 1-800-270-8642. Your money does count twice as much right now thanks to Valpac. So there's never been a better time for you to call. And we're here with Janine, who has been with us, each and every year that we do the Radiothon. She's the Executive Vice President of All Children's Hospital Foundation. The part I love about when you come on the air is you can really explain where the money goes and how it's used, and you have the insight, and you're better at explaining some of the things that Jenny and I have attempted to explain. So I love that you take time out of helping us at the Radiothon to explain some of these things. So let's start with the name change.
Yeah.
Or I guess it's not a change, but it's
It's now Johns Hopkins All Children's. Why? What does that mean for All Children's Hospital?
So it means that we're taking our hospital that's been in our community for 90 years, and we're in a happy birthday celebration year, 90 years, and it is pairing us with a national partner in healthcare. And it's not just any national partner in healthcare, it's one of the best brands in healthcare. So Johns Hopkins Medicine has been in the top 3 organizations in the country for multiple years, like 25 years. So the way I like to think of it, it's taken this local gem that has been a gem for all these years, and it's putting it together with this just amazing powerhouse of a medical system and bringing the most excellent care right here to our community.
See how she's good at explaining it?
Wow,
that's exactly
that's
exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
So give people examples, because people sometimes don't know whether to donate or not because my money's just going into a pile of money that doesn't really do much, but it really does make your $15 a month can make a real difference. So give us some examples.
Okay, great. Well, part of us being Johns Hopkins Medicine is us making a commitment to certain things in how we're going to be excellent and nationally excellent in healthcare. So we really have focused for the time being on the area of babies, brains, hearts, and cancer. And you guys have heard stories from all those areas today. So, let me take brains for a second. So you've talked about some traumatic head injury, but we're also making sure that we're becoming the best in the state around mental health. I mean, we know that this is a major issue in our country with pediatric mental health, and we want to make sure that we're a leader in this community, that we're providing resources, that we're accessible to people who feel like that they're struggling with mental health issues. That's one area. So we're putting dollars into that so that we can hire the best doctors. We can see patients.
So we're getting the best care right here in this community, but you guys also share all of that research and all of that information with everyone else.
Yes. So that's the power of research, and that's a big part of us becoming Hopkins is that you go into studies, you figure things out about any of these areas, and then you're able to take that research and you're able to build on better care, better outcomes. And so kids maybe don't have to be, I'll talk about cancer for a second, like maybe kids wouldn't have to be on a particular drug as long that creates other side effects that happen. We're doing research that can say, that's going to shift and we're going to be able to provide a different kind of care.
One of the good examples was just from a couple hours ago. Rather than do the full-blown open heart surgery, there's new technology that allowed them to do it in a not as intrusive or invasive way. And that's because people gave money and we got better treatment and research, and they share that. So, I don't know what the cumulative number of kids that will not have to have the full-blown open heart surgery because of that, but it's a lot, and that's a huge thing. That's huge. It's enormous.
We had a gift in the not-so-distant past that helped us buy a robot that is called the Rosa robot that helps when kids are having seizures. You don't have to have a surgery that your skull is actually cut to perform the surgery. You can there's these little drills, tiny drills that just go into the skull and are able to help kill where that stroke is happening in your head. And it's like technologies like that we're able to purchase because of gifts. It is research that we're able to do and advancements we're able to make in our care. There's also like a real feel-good piece of this, so I want to talk about that too.
Yeah.
So we started this new project this year, which has really been great, where we're really empowering like our frontline staff when they see a family that's really going through something tough, that they're able to, on the spot, identify because of gifts, because of philanthropy, they're able to give a gas gift card to a family who might have a problem, getting to the hospital because of just expenses. They may have heard that, so-and-so is having problems buying groceries that week.
Right.
So that we have given them the ability through gifts that have been raised to just have some gift cards on hand in their department so that they can really add a bright spot, to somebody's experience in the hospital. And it's all, so gifts support things like that. Gifts support research. Gifts support changes in how we're providing care. And that all comes together. And I think all of that equals us being Johns Hopkins All Children's.
The most comprehensive thing ever. I mean, I didn't even think about that. It's not bad enough that you're a parent pacing the halls as, your baby is born the size of a tissue box, but you can't afford the gas to get here. I didn't even, in 9 years of doing this radiothon, I never even had I never even considered what you just said.
That's real. Our parents and families go through things you can't imagine.
It's peace of mind. I think when you donate, you have the peace of mind that you have one of the greatest children's hospitals in the country right here in your backyard, and that money is supporting it. And if you ever need it, it's here. But you're also giving peace of mind to so many other families who have bigger things to worry about.
Yeah.
And when your $15 a month pays for someone's gas money to get here to see their baby in the NICU, that makes a difference.
Yes, it does.
Well, and you've heard Jenny and I both all afternoon talk about, we've got to reach our goal, we've got to reach our goal, we've got to reach our goal. We've got an hour and 7 minutes to get 60 more Miracle Makers. Maybe, Janine, you can talk a little bit about why is it important that we at the Radiothon actually meet our goals and hit what we're supposed to do here?
So every year, our foundation, and that's what's benefiting from this great Radiothon. I want to thank you guys. By the way, I didn't do that first. Thank you so much for what you do and your partnership. We make a promise every year to the hospital of what we'll give, what we'll gift. And we put some goals in place, and they're big goals. And every year I stretch because I'm like, I know they need it. The kids need it. And so we put that money, or we put that goal on the board, and it's activities like this that help us reach that goal. So if we can hit that number, then we can do, a lot of the things that I said. We can hire and bring on the best doctors. We can conduct the best research. We can provide some of those family services that I discussed, like the gift cards. We could do things like create the best mental health program in the state. It's just,
which you're
the
right.
Sky's the limit.
That is a really, really interesting thing that you guys are focusing on mental health care, because I think people forget that is so important that we start taking care of our kids' mental health now, because there are so many issues in society that can be solved if we can just take care of them now.
Exactly.
It's a field that we haven't spent enough time in either, and I'm glad that it's one that you're tackling.
Absolutely, yeah.
One more thing. Over 9 years, so we've been doing this 9 years now, so much has changed and technology has really come along. So many more procedures are less invasive to children. So you've really seen it over the years, and how this money has, not just in the little things, but in the big scope of things.
Sure.
Over 9 years, we've come a long way.
That's right. That's right. And the thing about all those advancements is that they're expensive. So we need to make sure, like I talked about, Foundation making a commitment to what we're going to help the hospital do. That goes into the whole mix of how we pay for these things. If we can deliver on the gifts that we raised, philanthropy plays a huge part in this. obviously, we're a nonprofit hospital. We need to be providing this care, and so it's expensive stuff, but it's stuff that we can do through partnerships with corporations like Valpak and what they're doing. My gosh, thank you, Valpak.
Yeah, Valpak is matching your dollar right now, and we don't want to fall short of those goals because we don't want to make any tough decisions where it's like we almost raised enough money, so now I don't even want to have that conversation. We only need 60 more before we get out of here. We can still put you in the running for the George Strait trip. And those of you that gave money and gave gifts in year 1, 2, 3, 4, you're the reason that Cole was on the radio with us today or yesterday. You're the reason Maddie was on the radio with us this year.
That little Adrina had the surgery that just didn't have to have open heart surgery. They could find a less invasive way. It's advanced that far.
Money is those gifts in those early years of this radiothon are the exact reason that we get to still talk to these kids, and they come back each and every year. So when it sounds exaggerated and it sounds dramatic, but you truly are saving lives when you pick up that phone, and we need you to do it right now. We only ask for your help 2 days a year. That's it. 2 days a year. I just need 60 more of you. 1-800-270-8642. 1-800-270-8642. And like I said, your money counts twice as much right now because Valpak's matching it.
Absolutely.
I don't know what else we can do to get you to call.
1-800-270-8642. Make that call now. It'll take you about 2.5 minutes to get through the process, so we're not going to keep you on the phone long, and you're going to feel good. You're going to feel so good after you donate.
1-800-270-8642. Quick break. We'll be right back from Johns Hopkins All Children Hospital on US 1035.
It won't be here. We'll be in and out of here real quick before you get to know us. Don't worry.
He's eating.
That's right.
Yeah, don't you guys want candy?
No.
Oh, we saw it.
Mountain Dew?
Free kitten. Free kitten. That's funny.
Get your Mountain Dew candy and a puppy in less than 10 minutes. Say what? Make it happen. Although I kind of want another dog. I think my wife would be home if I just got a dog and didn't tell anybody. Another one.
That would not be a good.
I'm feeling another dog.
It's a bad decision
This
without
holiday
consulting
season.
her.
Our friends at Valpak are manning the phones. We have to personally thank Mike Vivio, who's the president of Valpak. They gave $15,000. The folks of Valpak did.
It's amazing, and like you said, you gotta love it when you're the president of the company and you can go, you know what?
Yep, here's what we're doing.
we're gonna up the ante. So yeah, it's a big deal, and we want you to just give $15. We're not asking for 15 grand. We're asking for 15 a month.
By the way, nobody will ever put us in charge, so we get to make that move where we're like, okay, we're doing this. Never happened. 1-800-270-8642. We're down to our last 45 minutes. We need about 40 more monthly Miracle Makers so we can stay on pace and hit our goal. Raise fans. I can't imagine there's not 40 of you that after we talk to Kevin Cash, the manager, you won't call in and help us at 800-270-8642.
So Kevin, you've been in this community. You grew up here, right? So All Children's has a special place. Johns Hopkins All Children's has a special place in your heart.
It definitely does. We're so fortunate for our experience here and get to sit up here with the entire family, but especially Camden that had a very unique experience and a very good ending. I mean, at 2 years old, she had heart surgery, and even before that, right at birth, she spent about a week in the NICU.